I think I have finally fixed the OBS issue, by the way. So the OBS issue was mostly because I'm a dumbass. It was very likely 99. I mean, if it crashes today, I'm lost. I'm lost in the absolute sauce. I'm losing it. I'm gonna lose it if it crashes today. We might not play a lot of PoE 1. I don't know. Not really feeling it. Also, there's no real goal for me. So this might be a chill, just chatting stream today. But if it crashes for any reason today, any reason whatsoever, I mean, it's gonna be rough and tough, because according to the GitHub, so we can actually check this out maybe. So bless the people in the GitHub, by the way, in the OBS GitHub. Bless them a lot. Wait, how do I do this? I think it was this. This was probably, yes. So this was my issue that I reported. This issue right here, crash because of this .dll file. I guess this is NVIDIA WGF is, I think, WGF to UMX. This probably has something to do with the display to maybe some sort of other output, because this is about, I think, taking some sort of file and potentially displaying it in OBS. Something along those lines. Is my rough guess. Either way, I reported this, and I really tried to do my best here. So I had the OBS Studio log, I had the OBS Studio crash. Oh, sorry, maybe actually as a background, for people who don't know, if you watch the VOD channel, which, by the way, I have been slowly pushing more and more of my old VODs onto this channel. So if you want to check out like old Daniel playing, I don't know, Metroid Dread, I have, for example, the reaction Andy of the truth about MMO content creators. I found that video kind of interesting because as someone who made content way back when about Terraria, I felt like there was quite a lot of similarities. Either way, the RuneScape video, which exploded and people really liked. A lot of people really liked this video. Yeah, of course. But yeah, I also had like the item randomizer. I think this is actually the one I think this is unedited. For first 4 hours of Starfield, for example. So yeah, a lot of videos. Of course, they get no views because why would they? But either way, there is more coming. I have. By the way, this mega cut video I had to edit myself. Same for the item randomizer. So I have. Hold up, I can show you. I haven't everything downloaded, but as you can see here, I have pretty much all of it downloaded. I have Beta Minecraft, I have this, I have Calamity Mod, Crucible, Forbidden Sanctum, Horizon Zero Dawn, League of Kalandra, Sentinel, Terraria Expert Mode, and a bunch of other stuff. So these are the videos that I pretty much edited out. So Horizon Zero Dawn full playthrough. This is, I think, those are 3 videos, a 3-parter. And then I think I also have the Terraria Expert Mode uploaded. So this is going to come out. But the TLDR is, in my recent videos, I think even in this one, I had, I don't know if we can see it here. I think we can probably see it here. Very dumb. Also, by the way, 0 bitrate. Genuinely bad. Literally just... So yeah. What do you change now? So now I had a crash. So for people who don't know, I had many crashes lately with OBS. Not with my PC, not with the game, specifically with OBS. But again, I also did an OCCT stress test on my memory, and not even after 5 minutes I had issues. So I was like, oh my god, it must be the memory. Oh my god, dear God help me. Might have been. But I did a BIOS update and RAM seemed fine, I think, to a degree. But crashes continued to happen. Even back when I streamed Atlas, the furry ARPG, that's what I call it. I had crashes, multiple crashes, and sometimes they literally happened minutes after opening OBS, and sometimes 3 hours in or something, or maybe it was 1+ hour in. Either way, it wasn't consistent, so it was tough. At the end, I think it was 5 days ago, so it was maybe Monday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it was Monday evening, someday at least. I think it was Monday evening when I tested this, and I was like, all right, I'm losing it. I have to make sure this isn't a fault. Like, I had to make sure, is this a fault on my end, or is this a fault with OBS? Because it's fine if it's an OBS issue, and because they need to know about it and fix it, potentially. If I somehow figured out some wacky bug, good. Either way, I took my time to really test it out, experiment a little bit, do some sort of like bandwidth testing offline, and I also crashed an hour plus in. Not even real streaming, just a bandwidth test. So it probably doesn't matter if it's like real streaming. I still take the whole thing and upload it to the Twitch servers. So in the end, I still had issues. So I took my time. This is the studio log URL, the studio crash log URL. This is not the real URL technically, because it's kind of weird uploading old logs and crash reports. But either way, so yeah, expected behavior, current behavior. I think I wrote like I think I wrote like 2 paragraphs here, and I was like, all right, no, just keep it straightforward. Do not, just keep it straightforward. I wrote a lot of stuff, and I think I then cut it down by like 50%. That's because that's usually how you're doing things, right? You just write it all down, and then you like minimize it, summarize it a little bit. So it's not like overwhelming for the other person, because it's not difficult to write a lot. It's difficult to write as little as possible and still say the same stuff. That's the difficult part. And that's why script writing is so difficult with YouTube. So, on the other side, maybe I can make a 5-hour-long video about just a Marvel movie. Might also get me 1 million views. No. I mean, I like watching those. Anyways, back to this. Steps to reproduce. Start OBS, have a fresh start, blah, blah, blah. Very basic. Anything else we should know? And this is now where I was like, all right, boys, let me like write down everything. Afterwards, I realized you can actually just copy, paste, and drag and drop these crash reports and log reports. So that's cool. By the way, warning, if you write it all down and then you drag and drop this in, it can delete all the text in the text box, which is really dumb. That should never, ever, ever happen. But anyways, that shouldn't even be a feature that is enabled. Either way, that's a GitHub thing. That's not this. Good. So, I explained why I don't have a OBS Studio log URL. That's fine. So, a long story short, which I think I rewrote this part 4 times. Even after trying out different expos in the BIOS, many memory tests with OCCT for up to 1 hour, I had this issue happen many times since, and I think I had a different time here, so I changed it to early February. Memory errors went away with some BIOS updates in mid-February and trying different BIOS settings, but still the same crash, same this.dll. I really wanted to mention this here as well, not only in the title, because some people might have forgotten what actually says in the title, so I wanted to mention it here again, which is fine. Having done an OCCT test for 30 minutes today, I think this was soon after work, I think I did that, on Monday. Without any errors, I had to try DDU in safe mode with network, then installing the NVIDIA app and latest driver once again. Result was the same. This is, by the way, something I think everyone recommends not to do what I just did. As in, first of all, DDU good, safe mode with network not good, but I think Windows 11 genuinely has an issue, or maybe it's my micro-win Windows 11 installation. I couldn't go into normal safe mode, so safe mode with network it is. Then installing the NVIDIA app, everyone recommends to not do that. I think, well, now it's called NVIDIA app. Everyone back then, I think, said, do not install NVIDIA GeForce Experience. Do not. Just get the driver. Do not install the GeForce Experience thingy. Either way, I did it anyways because my thought was, bro, if it doesn't work with the NVIDIA app, something's fricked anyways, because it needs to work with the NVIDIA app, because that's how I record stuff for my YouTube videos. I am not going to use OBS for this. Sorry, OBS. I won't. I think it's way easier to just click a button on my Stream Deck and instantly record my screen. Not saying OBS is bad, it's just different. Either way. So, installed the latest drive once again, result was the same. So yeah, I think I then played, I don't know, maybe for another 30 minutes or some period of time. I did this whole thing, restarted like a bunch of times, and then bandwidth tested with OBS. So I streamed it. And I still had the same issue, meaning it crashed while playing Path of Exile 1. It just did, right? I don't know why, what, how, where. It just did. Okay, well, sucks. I then rolled back to NVIDIA GeForce Graphics Driver 566.36 from December 5th, 2024. This was the reason why I went with this one. I didn't mention it here, but this was right before Path of Exile 2. So my thought was, if it worked during Path of Exile 2, because keep in mind, we streamed PoE 2 for many hours, and this is a very demanding game. So if it crashes, it would crash during it. It never did. It ran perfectly fine, even on the old BIOS. Either way, I was like, it probably isn't a driver issue when it worked back then, maybe. So I went back to the December 5th one, did a clean install, you know, the clean installation option. I did that, which, by the way, completely nukes your display settings, so that was great. But after an hour, it happened again. So yeah, I did another OBS stream test of just like playing PoE and just streaming it to no one. And it happened again. So I streamed for 12 hours in December, soon after building this PC, without any OBS crashes, issues on the Windows end. This is a weird sentence. So yeah, I had no OBS crashes, no issues on the Windows from Windows 11 side, nothing. The last three things that it could be. So at that point, I was like, all right, I'm just gonna like, I mean, this was pretty much just like an emotional dump at this point. So probably not necessary for GitHub issue post. Sorry. So RAM is bricked after just a few months. Can happen, would suck. My Windows 11 installation with MicroWin. It's not an official Windows 11 installation. Could also be the issue. Or the last thing is a strange bug with OBS that no one encountered yet before me. Very unlikely. If any OBS dev can be very certain that it is not OBS, I can start looking into the other two options. Thank you for reading this, and I'm looking forward to any responses whatsoever. So it took about 6 fucking minutes, I think, before the first person responded with this. What an absolute goddamn giga chat, by the way. Like, God just bless them. Holy heck. So that crash is caused by you trying to load an image source larger than what a DirectX allows. If I remember correctly, that would be over 9,000 pixels on any side, so length or width. Check the images you have loaded as sources in OBS, find the one that has too big of a resolution, rename/move it so that OBS can't find it, and OBS will open again. I think he might have misunderstood this. OBS always open. I always streamed, so that wasn't the issue. In the future, make sure images have a reasonable size before adding them to OBS. For such support requests, please use the Discord. Yeah, I should have probably used Discord because this was very non-GitHub related. But the thing is, if you then have to go to a server, which, by the way, I have to always mention this because some people I think don't understand. There's not anything against them. I'm just saying it. Discord servers are not public. They are not. You cannot tell me Discord servers are public because you need an account. Thus, they are not public. GitHub is literally public. I can be an absolute no one, go through 4 VPNs, 6 proxies, and can still open GitHub page. It is public knowledge. And that's why I love GitHub so much. Forums, usually the same. But that's why I couldn't find anything maybe about this problem on GitHub, a public, like I literally went to issues and like typed in, bro, this, oops, not this one, this is what I just added. This was, the .dll file. I was like searching it and nothing came up, and I'm like, am I insane? Am I the only one in the history of GitHub, of this GitHub repository, that I'm the only one with that issue? Either way, but this got me thinking with the 9,000 pixels. And then I think someone also instantly said, yes, you can see your crash log. The crash is happening with your GPU driver. And that is exactly what I also posted. Yep. Edit this route, maybe very high resolution image loading in your scene collection. So it wasn't. It may or may not have been. Either way, I have removed both things. But let's continue on. Closing per above. Please use our forums or Discord for further assistance. Thank you. So he closed it. Then I instantly also wrote, thank you so much for the insanely quick responses. I thought I was going crazy. Adding this here for general info, so for people in the future. Because, again, no one has looked this one .dll issue. No one has talked about this, ever. So I may be the first one, and I wanted to give as much info for the future as possible. So people are like, oh wait, maybe I shouldn't do this. I remember reading something about this. Good. Searched my scenes, thought it was the video file below in the image that was in the background but hidden, and deleted it. So TLDR, I have, I think best example would be, I think you can still hear me. So yeah, this background image, by the way, that you see behind starting soon, right? This was usually a video file in another scene, but I removed this one now. This one was also the same file I used, actually, I'm not quite sure if I used the 1080p or... No, I think it was the 1080p file, yeah. So I have a 1080p. So this is the 4K file. And can I actually open both? I can open both, thank God. So yeah, I have a background 4K, usually meant for YouTube. And then a background 1080p, which I rendered out, I think also, it might be shorter. No, both are 10 minutes. So I wanted to have them loop every 10 minutes. So it's not super obvious when it's like, in a 6-hour stream. Because again, it would loop, someone do the math, many times. It would loop many times and it might be too obvious. So I wanted it 10 minutes long. But because it's 10 minutes long and 1080p at a very high bitrate, it is a 715 megabyte video file that OBS loads in. It was in the background. It wasn't visible. I told it to shut the source down, but it, I think, still has to load it in. And I noticed this when I had it in the background. I deleted the source and re-added it. Okay, first of all, I noticed when I deleted it that the task manager had, I think I dropped like 300 megabytes in terms of RAM usage from OBS. So it clearly loaded something in. But then, as said here, after some more searching and writing this up, I went back to the scene. So I deleted it, right? I saw it. I was like, oh my God, is it the nearly 1 gigabyte video file that I have in OBS? Let me remove it. Good. I deleted it. Good. After some more searching, because, I was like, let me, maybe there's other stuff. I went back to the scene and Control-Z it. So even if you delete something in a scene in OBS, then go to a different scene and then go back to the scene, you can still Control-Z the files that you just deleted or the sources that you deleted. So to bring it back. And when I brought it back, it instantly crashed OBS. Immediately. Like, I literally saw the source pop up and it crashed immediately. So, it's fairly certain that the 715 megabyte .mp4 loads up in a looped playlist. So maybe there's also a weird thing with looped playlist, right? Large file, looped playlist. So maybe it like preloads the loop. But because it's like such a large file, it preloads the large file multiple times. I don't know. Even though it's the only file in that playlist. So yeah, this is the file. I wanted to show it. yeah, I'm going to comment one more time in a few days after some testing if it happens again, if that is okay with the moderators. I probably will message, write it into GitHub again after the stream if no crashes occur. Then we have maybe found the issue, but funny enough, here's the someone said potential duplicate of this, but hard to say. If there's a way of sharing the impacted media file, that would be helpful. I can reopen for now. So yeah, then I shared it through Google Drive. If someone wants to check it out, this is literally just this file, by the way. This is just this background that is just from. It's just in the DaVinci Resolve. You can just like play around with some things, and I think there's also like a some noise thing that like goes over it, and super soft. You know, it's super soft in the background. It shouldn't like distract. Should be totally fine. Either way. By the way, you can literally download that file. You're welcome for that. Again, it's free in DaVinci Resolve. Or, I mean, maybe I used some features in the studio version, so you couldn't maybe do that effect. Either way. So, tried to reproduce the issue, but couldn't. This was, by the way, 1 day later. Weirdly, the crash happened sometimes after a few minutes when opening PoE1 running with DX12, and sometimes only an hour later when playing the game. Also happened with a few other games, like Atlas or games that we played. So, the way I tried to reproduce the issue was, I re-add the source. As in, I re-added a looped video playlist, added that one file, that 750 megabyte file, and nothing happened. I streamed it. Nothing occurred. But there was one more other source that I deleted, and here it comes. And this might have been the real issue. So Penwee mentioned the max pixel size for images, and I just noticed that in my background scene, I also had an image slideshow source with this folder in it. This folder, by the way, I mean, you can just check it out. It's literally just a Path of Exile 2 Early Access press kit, and if you sort this by file size, which you gosh darn serious, you can't sort this by file size? Jesus Christ. OBS. I think there was one with 40. Oh, maybe it's this one. It's actually, I think, this one. So this file is 40 megabytes because it is, doesn't matter, it is 15,000. Sorry, let me zoom in on this. 15,000 times 9,000. That's a lot of pixels. And as mentioned by him earlier, as you see right here, 9,000 pixels on any side. And this one file might have been the cause. Because it's just way too gosh darn big. And I had the entire folder from my PC loaded into this file, this background thingy. This maybe on top of the video file might have been enough. Maybe it was a combination of both, because keep in mind, I had this in there for the entirety of December. The entirety. I had this entire folder. So specifically, I think it was this folder right here. Oopsie. Yeah, it was this folder right here. I had this entire folder with all these beautiful pictures and art style. It's gorgeous. It's absolutely insane, the quality. Like, look at this. I can just zoom in and it's still like sharp. It's insane. Love it. Absolutely amazing artwork. I had this entire folder in there. No issues. The entire December of streaming PoE2. Maybe it's because my PC is fairly strong that it like overcame the hurdle of loading up these pictures. Or maybe it's more of like a soft limit, as in, well, you really shouldn't do that. It technically could load it in, but if any issues occur, that's the soft limit we're talking about. It's not a hard limit. It's not like you load the image in and OBS is instantly exploding, right? So maybe more of a, we highly recommend not going above 9,000. Not OBS itself, but the DirectX, I guess, like, no, it's not an interface, but you know what I'm talking about. So, either way, I deleted that, and I also added a few more informations how I had it set up. So, for example, I had a composite blur on top of a color correction in it, so maybe that also caused some issues with it. I mean, at that point, it really does matter, right? Because it's a massive PNG. I think it's a PNG, or is it actually a JPEG? It's actually a JPEG. Disgusting. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, it's a massive JPEG. And this might have been a cause why I constantly crashed. I don't know why it happened once in a while. Sometimes 6 seconds after opening OBS. And sometimes an hour plus later. But yeah. If you ever have this issue, TLDR, make sure, or think about it like this. For me, there's a new rule. Is there any reason for me to load up an image that is bigger than 1080p into an OBS source, or sorry, into an OBS scene when I ultimately stream at 1080p? The answer is no, right? Sure, maybe it looks a little bit sharper and a little bit better, but there's probably no real reason to have like a 4K video file or image when I'm ultimately streaming at 1080p anyways. Right? There's no like, well, technically it might look, no, it won't. It's like you're trying to shove something down like a much smaller bottleneck, and that is the quality that's gonna come out. It's not like you can just somehow squeeze it through and then it gets big at the end. Like, that's not how this works, right? That would be cool if somebody figures that out. but that's technically, at that point, we're just pretty much zip filing video. I mean, that's what a zip file kind of is, right? You kind of like, I mean, that's what compression is, but yeah, Twitch compresses it and then it's over. It doesn't like uncompress it or some weird stuff that will take way too much like power in terms of like server power to do that. There's no real reason. So yeah, I'm hyper aware of things now. If I add it to OBS, I want to make it as small as realistically needed, right? Because I don't need some sort of like, oh, let me add this source as like at 4K and then zoom it back down. It makes no sense. And actually, if you do that, you might even have like anti-aliasing issues, right? Because you have like the pixels that are like being crunched down, but displayed on 1080p, then bigger again. Like there could be some weird stuff. I think I had this sometimes with, in this scene, I think some pixels look a little bit off of some of these GIFs because they're just weirdly scaled, right? It's just pixels at the end of the day. So we might have solved the OBS issue. Let's freaking go, guys. That's a poggers moment. Maybe. We'll see if this stream crashes today. I'm gonna make another OBS issue. No. But by the way, I don't know if I actually want to show this live on stream. Give me a second before I go on Claude. Yes, I'm using Claude now. Why don't you use OpenAI's ChatGPT? The reason for that is I'm gonna try other things. I don't know. But I did. Oh God, where was it again? I think it was this one. Yeah. So I, for example, also tried to use not ChatGPT, but yeah, I just pretty much copy pasted. It's currently having this crash report for OBS. What's your advice on solving the issue? And it instantly noticed that it seems like an NVIDIA graphics driver issue. So it also noticed that. God bless. Which is cool that it instantly noticed that. Update graphics driver, download it as NVIDIA. So yeah, all this doesn't really matter. This is very generic advice. Because at the end of the day, check for any conflicting software might not be the worst idea, because if you have like a really screwed up plugin in OBS, it could also cause the crash, right? Then there's also like some sort of like memory diagnostics, because again, I have had RAM issues, but who knows? Windows Event View is kind of interesting, but there was really nothing in there specifically. There was, funny enough, the OBS issues were in there. They were in there, I think. But yeah, I think that's pretty much where I stopped. I did some of these things, you know, like SFC and oh god, what is the other one? Is it DISM and then Cleanup Health or something? I think it actually found some stuff, but this is like minor stuff. This is like all the minor stuff. The major stuff was, again, a ginormous JPEG file in my OBS. It's like, yeah, no shoot. So yeah, in the future, definitely keep your, from personal experience, keep your sources as small as possible for the quality that you're streaming. So if you're streaming at 1080p, why does it have to be bigger than 1080p? It doesn't. It really doesn't. And technically, you might even be able to go with half the resolution if you load up the picture like this, but then blur it. Then, like, load it up smaller. That's actually what I have to do now. Well, technically, I don't think it matters. So the picture that I'm using right now in the background is... What is it right now? Yeah, it's the profile banner. Oh, no, it was anyways a 285 kilobyte file. But I think it was this one. Yeah, I think it's this one. Or maybe I blurred it in... Did I blur it in... No, I think I blurred it in OBS again. I think it did. Yeah, I did blur it in OBS again. So technically I could blur it again. Yeah, so this is, I think, is this the unblurred version? No, this is the blurred version. So I blurred it on top of a blur. So this is, for example, like not necessary what I'm doing already again. So I blurred it pre-stream because I know I want the picture blurred. So why then blur it again with a filter inside OBS? That again, every single frame, it takes power. It takes energy to do that effect, right? So, highly recommend just, kind of thinking through and being like, okay, wait a second. If I want that effect on stream, does it need to be done live? Is there any reason for it? Or is it just going to be a static effect that's always going to have this static effect? Well, then I can just do it pre-stream and then load in the file like that. Especially if it's like some weird like effect like blur, you can just super minimize the picture of like, I think this blurred image is now 184 kilobytes. It doesn't matter anyways when you blur the heck out of it, right? I mean, that's pretty much what video games also do, just in a much, much smarter way. Because if a thing is really far in the distance, it doesn't need to like be 1080p, bro. It has literally like 40 pixels on enough, and then you blur it a little bit and it's fine. So, but there's pretty much a never-ending, well, with video games it's probably a never-ending issue, right? Because it's like, oh god, we have like so many things, especially in a third-person game. But in a game like maybe Path of Exile, it's less of an issue. Might also be more of an issue, because you look from top down, and depending on if there's a lot of like depth in your game, you can also use the same effect, as in load in the textures that are further away from the camera with less pixels and then blur it. But if you want the effect of looking really deep down and still being sharp, well, now you have to load up everything. It can still be low resolution though. Yeah. I lived and I learned, which is great. Speaking of living and learning, this PC. This bad boy has a 980 in it, by the way. It's a beast of a... When did the 980 come out, by the way? Hold up, let me check this out real quick. Now I'm kind of interested. 980 tech power up. I think I googled this before. Yeah, this one is. Yeah, I think it's this GPU. When was the release? 2014. This is an 11 a production end of life, bro. Yeah, it's dying right now. It's like, just take it out, bro. Take it out back. This is an 11-year-old GPU. This right here is an 11-year-old GPU, by the way. That one right there. Kind of insane. And funny enough, you know where I'm pointing right now? At the motherboard. This is the GPU. It's so much smaller than the current GPUs. Like if you look up the 3090 Ti that I have. Well, this is probably just the... Yeah, this is not the original. But this is a chunky boy. There's a chonker. Well, technically I have the... Tough Gaming Asus. Ass, dude. The Asus one. Yeah, this is like, it's enormous. So, it's tiny. It's literally tiny. Sorry, this one is tiny compared to this one. But even I think when I switched from the... I think I even have a video on like TikTok or something where I bought the 3090 Ti and compared it to the 2070... I think I had a 2070 Super before. And even that was a big difference. Yeah. That's a chunky boy. It's kind of insane how well this GPU still runs. Not saying, of course, a GPU dies in like 2 years, right? But it's kind of surprising how much a top-end GPU can like last you. Like it's still playing games incredibly well. Is it worth the money? God no, Jesus Christ. Please do never buy a 3090 and the Ti version of it. Just do not. The only reason I do it is because I'm an insane person. So
Bruh.
Yes. Speaking of insane, what's an RTX 5090 right now? Not that I'm buying it, but I am seeing a price of 4,400 euros. I mean, even a 5080 is quite expensive. What is actually a Gigabyte Aorus GeForce RTX 5080? What's the difference between the Aorus version and non-Aorus? Oh, I think it's slightly higher clocked. That's what I see right now. It's a slightly higher clock speed. Okay. Or core clock speed. Which I think the core clock doesn't even matter. I think it's more of the memory clock that needs to be like the higher you get the memory clock, the better it is. But to be honest, I actually have this 3090 now in the NVIDIA app, unless it actually reset it, but I hope it didn't reset it. Actually, let me just close this. Hold up. There you go. It's the... I think it's system performance. Yeah, I actually have it at 90, by the way. I can probably, I think, up this. Doesn't really matter the temperature target, because I think the fan speed is probably gonna be lower. But yeah, the reason why I go power maximum 90, this is barely a drop in FPS. Genuinely. And I think it was actually der Bauer. Der Bauer. I can't say this in a non-German way, right? Der Bauer. Let me go. Hey Daniel, you have a few channels. Yes, I know. I have way too many channels. As you can see, like, Jesus. Oh wait, my face is in the way. Anyways, don't worry about it. Good. You don't see it. But I think there was something with der Bauer and... Oh god, was it the 5090 performance thingy? I think Oh yeah, efficiency boost, power target tweaking. I think this video made me I think realize that I can just, yeah, I think this is through the GPU I wanted to say twerk. That looked like a GPU twerk 3, not tweak. Anyways, well, he is really good in just experimenting with megahertz and everything and just upping that and everything. I, on the other side, yeah, I think this is actually where he lowered the power target. So you can, of course,
on the GPU should result in 2000.
So yeah, you can, of course, just up like this, right? But I, on the other side, go down to 90, and that's also fine. Of course, if I go to 114% power, I will have way more FPS. Believe me, I will have way more FPS. That's a good point. Maybe I should actually... I need to reset this to 100%. Just so it's a fair comparison from this GPU to this GPU in the video. Just so it's fair, right? But or it's fair towards the 3090 Ti, because you can't say, well, guys, the 3090 Ti is only this fast if you lower it by 10%. But well, 10% power draw, which, funny enough, doesn't do much. That's the funny part, actually, where dude, I haven't started PoE2 in a while, so I don't know if the performance is correct. And by the way, rip my stream. If it crashes now, I swear to God. But, oh yeah, it creates the shaders right now. By the way, when it does this, it creates shaders. It's done. Let me check. So I have DLSS performance, It is Vulkan right now. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep it like this and just go into the town. Or we can just keep it the hideout. It's kind of funny, just playing around with the power draw. And I highly recommend doing this. Everyone should definitely do that. I didn't, because I was an absolute lazy hack. Holy heck, this is like way slower than PoE1. Holy. Anyways, just realized those lotuses. So, oh yeah, I think I'm actually hitting the limit of 114. Wait, I am not capping it though. Oh, never mind. So it like naturally, that is the limit that I have. Okay, so if I go, actually, let me also not cap the background FPS. Oh, it automatically caps it. Oh, that might be a window. A window game mode thingy, where if you're in a game, it kind of has a higher priority, but the moment you tap out, it actually lowers it. I mean, now, of course, I cap it, but even without capping it, it definitely changes something. Either way, so for example, if I go now 142 FPS here, 138, but this is with 90. So if I now go to 100, it's not much of a difference, as you can see. Not much has changed. But now if I go, I think, full, barely a difference. I think you don't notice it when nothing's happening. You will notice it when some stuff is happening. So I think if I do now, like this, it dropped to like 55. It's not a perfect comparison. But I noticed that my GPU is way hotter now, as you saw. Instantly reached up to 71 degrees. GPU fans are instantly higher because, of course, it draws more power. But now if I go down to 90 and do that, you know, of course, now I used a few more. It's similar FPS. It's not the perfect example, by the way. Far from it, of course, right? Far from it. But it's interesting how just changing the power draw it really doesn't do much. Holy mother of God. People definitely want something. Anyways, so yeah. But it was way quieter, by the way. I couldn't... You didn't hear it right there, but the fan speed, definitely you didn't ramp up. Maybe because I instantly tapped out, to be fair. But yeah, you can believe me when I say, thanks to this, just lowering... Holy heck! Just lowering the power draw to like 90%. Sometimes you can, I think, maybe go away with 85. Is a... Like, noise-wise, it's way quieter. Way quieter. So yeah, that's I think because of this video right here. Post that one. Keep in mind, this is the 5090 power target tweaking, and every GPU is a little bit different. Also, I have to say, this NVIDIA performance thingy does not work with the 980. I think this only works for 60 GTX 1600 cards or whatever, and up. I think. Something along those lines, I think. That's what it, I think, said. In the NVIDIA app, if you have it on the lower end GPU, it will say, sorry, we can't do anything. I think it says you need a GPU of that generation or newer. So the 980, sadly, too old. Technically, I mean, I don't know that, but I'm pretty sure if you just download the what is it, Afterburner from MSI, you probably can manipulate the power target anyways, so you can maybe try that. But yeah, that was a... I'll recommend playing a little bit around with that. It's kind of interesting, just especially if you're someone who prefers a quiet PC, which I do. This definitely helped me. I had to accept that I'm technically like you're not undervolting, you kind of just under wattage. No, you just limit on how much power your GPU draws, so it draws up to the maximum all the time. And if the maximum is lower, it will produce less heat. Thus, the fans don't have to ramp up so much. I mean, technically, you can also then change the fan curve, right? In MSI Afterburner. But I think this is... I'm not quite sure how that works when your GPU already has a BIOS. It always felt weird to me having MSI Afterburner do some sort of like fan curve thing, or I set it to a certain fan curve. But with my old GPU, with this GPU before they changed the thermal paste, it constantly overheated, and it ignored MSI Afterburner, the fan curve anyways. So there's definitely something when it comes to the GPU where it's like, no, I am taking over now. Otherwise, I am dying. I'm literally burning here. So I think the MSI Afterburner can only go to maybe a certain limit before maybe the BIOS of the GPU says, no, I'm taking over now. I don't know how that actually works, like how the priorities work. But actually, that would be an interesting thing. Hold up. I would actually like to look this up now. No, not MSI. I would actually like to... You know what? I am kind of more open getting an... not that I have anything against MSI, Gigabyte, or Asus. Like, you know, I just truly just want to get the best GPU. And I think Gigabyte is starting to look like they have the best 50 series cards. Like, they're good. Yo, Raxon, I got a new PC. Yo, let's go. Poggin. Wait.
Get the...
No, that's not what I... Where's the clap sound? There it is. Let's go. What did you get? What CPU and what GPU? That's like the major part, you know. You don't have to go too in-depth if you don't want to write it all down. Or if you have a PC part pickup page, that would also be pretty cool. I like looking through those sometimes. Just for inspiration as well. But the... Oh god, what is the Gigabyte... I mean, the Waterforce definitely has it. I don't want to buy like the... not buy. I don't want to look at the highest one, because they usually have some sort of different BIOS. if I'm correct. I don't see it on this one right now. Okay, I actually can't see it on this one. Let me check if the 5080. Oh, that's the water force. I don't want the water force one. I just want the... Oh, for example, this one is the best example. Do you have... Yeah, dual BIOS, performance, and silent. Okay, so even like the lower end. What about the 5070? Do you also... That's a 5070, not even the TI version. Also dual BIOS. Yeah, that's great. Okay, I'm glad to see that dual BIOS is even something that the 5070 users get. That's good. That's great. That's amazing. Because again, if you like it silent, definitely change the BIOS to silent. Believe me. Again, you will lose a few frames, like just the tiniest that you won't even notice. But boy, is it quieter. Ryzen 7 9800X 3D. Nice, nice. Very good, very good. I have literally no idea about the Thermalright Peerless 720 years. Okay. I have no idea what that is. 32 gigabytes DDR5, 6000 megahertz. Yeah, classic. Good. I have 6400, but the funny thing is, if I would be building a PC right now, or if I recommend someone to build a PC, I probably would tell them to go with 6002, because I think it's like the stable one, right? You will, it's just stable. It's about being stable and not having crashes or issues or anything. Like 6000 is the way to go, I think. Even Asus mentioned this. And I didn't listen, and I went with 6400. It still runs, but you know, you can't like shoot yourself in the knee with like the wrong RAM kit, and you're like, oh fuck. 2 terabyte M.2. I don't know what 2280 is. I don't know what that means in that context. But yeah, 2 terabyte, nice. PCIe 4, 2 terabyte SATA SSD. Yeah, the basic one, yeah. RX 970. Dude, an Asus GPU.
Bruh.
There it is. No. 850 watt power supply. Damn, you are risking it there, buddy. 850 watt? It's not low, but I always think into the future. Unless you're someone who like builds a new PC every 3 to 5 years anyways, then it doesn't matter, because then you can just get a new, you know, PSU. But if you're someone who like builds it like everything once in a while and then upgrades it to a certain limit, then I don't know if 850 will last you too long. On the other side, I don't know. I actually don't know how much the 9000. It's definitely good. I'm just memeing, you know, with AMD GPUs, you know, because I'm an Asus Nvidia cuck. No, I'm not. Well, I think this is the second Asus GPU that I have now. So. That's the... Well, this is the original one. This is not from Asus, am I right? So it would be... Oh, sorry. I fat-fingered it. Asus. I don't need AMD at the end. That's pretty much makes sense. Alright, so it's this one, right? Is it this one? Oh, I kind of like that it's curved. Is that curved? Yo, that's curved. I like that. I can understand why people hate that look, but I kind of like it. I like that it's like kind of curved around. It looks cool. If that is the GPU, that is, of course. I mean, I have to say, it do be looking like a GPU. Yes, very good, Daniel. It cost me less. It cost me less, around 800. Noise. For $800, yeah, it definitely is a steal right now. That's for sure. For that performance, I do have to compare it though to. It only compares it to other Asus and other models. I really can't compare it right now. Okay, let me go back to this one. This is the original, and this one is So for comparison, you are here, and my 3090 Ti's, I think, around this one. So no, sorry, there is the 3090 Ti. Yeah, perfect, bro. It's actually right above. Sorry. Sometimes the 3090 Ti is just like nowhere to be seen because the 10 people who have one. Because who the F bought it? Hi, it's me. Anyways, so yeah, yours is slightly better. Well, it's always so weird because you always have to think about the moment you go ray tracing, the AMD card just dies of cringe. It's not that bad, but it definitely dies down hard. Funny enough, though, I have started to not activate ray tracing in most of my games. Yeah, I think I heard it. It definitely isn't as bad in ray tracing, but it's still not as good as if you would get an NVIDIA GPU. But I'm not even using ray tracing most of the time anyway, so, you know, because, good lord, the FPS drop is hard. I think when I played, do I still have it installed? I think I still have it installed, right? Never mind, I deleted it, Lamau. Also, Chernobylite, go away. No! Go away. Yeah. I tried the game, it's not for me. Anyways, but Chernobylite, for example, has ray tracing for an older game. But it looks great without it. Like, I don't need ray tracing. It probably would be great if you give it to me. I didn't try it. But I also preferred 150 FPS. And I think with ray tracing, it would have probably dropped by 20-30 FPS. And I'm like, you know, having 130 to 150 FPS on average without ray tracing, I mean, I like that. You know what would be interesting? Probably doesn't matter. I think that's not such a huge difference. But it would be cool to see what the difference is when it comes to the GPU's performance. Maybe even... It's kind of a dumb comparison, though. I just wanted to see how does it compare to like 1080p, 1440p, and 4K gaming. I don't know if you can... Because I don't care about the FPS in a game. I care about how the GPU reacts. Is it like... Like, what does it do compared to maybe a similar 3090 Ti or a 4080? I don't know. I don't think it matters, though. Doesn't matter. My old PC had a 970 GTX. Yo, speaking of... Dude. Look at this bad boy right here. You know what this bad boy is? You know this bad boy? That's a 980. An MSI Gaming 4G 980. Or whatever it's called. Big. Huge. Huge gaming. But yeah, I'll be... that's my old PC in a newer case. And I want to make a video on it. But I made a video recently, so I couldn't make this one. So anyways, but this... I will be playing Path of Exile 2 on this PC. I have no idea how it's going. I haven't tried it yet. I will go in blind. And I want to record it. I really just want to start the game and see what the heck happens. If it even starts. Why would you? For the memes. For the YouTube views. But I genuinely, I just got the PC back. Because someone had it for 4 years. I gave it to them for free. They did buy the case. I built it into the case for them. Because it was the son of a friend. And I got it back now. And I was like, this is the perfect PC to test PoE2. Kind of. Technically, before they changed the Steam page, it only said quad-core CPU. They then added, I think, the 768,000 Intel CPU as the minimum specs. Minimum. Not recommended. Minimum. As in, bro, you need this to play our game. I have a 3077K in it. That's way older. I really want to see how this PC runs PoE2. It is a newer GPU though. It's not a 970 like yours, or I think they also said 960 on Steam is the minimum. I think it's 960. This is a 980. So it's like a way worse CPU, but better GPU. It's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be tasty. I probably will do this probably on Tuesday. Tuesday after work, probably. Prepare for 20 to 40 FPS at most. You know, I don't know. I mean, with DLSS and doing some, you know, like, that's the beauty of it. I love that. I love that software just can be just like manipulated. I love going into settings and being like, click, 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 click. It's gonna be a beautiful thing. But I am going to play PoE1. I think I'm just gonna briefly jump into Half-Life. I think I'm also gonna do like Doom Eternal briefly, just so someone who hasn't had a lot of experience with this GPU and or PoE2, it might give someone else some sort of other like comparison, right? So yeah. Problem is, I can't use all the GeForce software thingies. True, we'll see where the limit is. You know, no spoilers here. I'll figure it out. You know, that's the beauty of it. It will definitely be able to use FSR. Nah, I don't know. Probably not. But AMD is like so open with their software and everything, so it's great. Also, by the way, I have a new chair. If you just wanted to know, I also have a new table, by the way, but a new chair. Oh, this is actually worse now. Hold on. Is this better now? Is this actually for the neck or for the head? I think it's actually for the neck, right? You actually wanted like... Oh, got it. Oh. God, this is like really weird. God, I hate that. I hate that on my neck. Oh my God, I hate it. But on the other side, it's probably better to have it on my neck than on my head. Otherwise, you know, you're just like... I think the stream is improved. The stream is improved. What do you mean the stream is improved overall? What do you mean? What? My stream? Jesus Christ. Sorry. Since I last was here, better camera sound is better. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I actually don't know when you last were here. Can I actually see this in the messages? Not to like spy on you. You said good luck in December. Yeah, it was like a few months ago. Yeah. And I already had the same everything. Don't remember. No, but I had the same camera and everything and the same audio. I mean, maybe I changed it slightly and the camera maybe, but I don't think I did much with the camera, to be honest. Maybe it's the lighting. You look crisp though. Thanks. Anyways, not just my muscles, dude. Let's go. No. How it hurt. I actually gotta be careful with my arm. From bouldering, this hurts. This right here. It's just. Yeah, this is bad. This is really bad. This hurts. This is fine, but this is bad. I don't know why. Dude, bad genetics, you know. Just gotta get my the Elon's I don't know what the flying heck he's doing. Doesn't really matter. My muscles on my biceps are around 2 times yours. Dude, what the fuck? Dude, that's not fair. That's fine. But how good are you in bouldering? That's what matters. Not good at all. See, dude. I mean, I've seen some pretty buff fucking... Actually, there was one guy with his wife and daughter bouldering yesterday when I was. And she did a boulder, a 6C boulder, I mean, she's also someone who can do like 7As, but she did a 6C boulder that I didn't really have time to do yet. And you know, they started doing it. Her husband was like a really buff guy. You know, he's like the typical military looking guy, a really good looking dude, really buff, really fit. Like, you know, I think he has like easily B cup titties. Memes aside, he was really buff. You know, bless him for having that body and having worked to get that body. And he also did the 6C. Fit does not equal strong. That's fair. Yeah, you don't need to be strong. And I feel like bouldering is less about strength and sometimes also more about technique. Not always, but you can do a lot with technique. That's a beauty, actually, of it. Control, yeah, you can also call it control. You know, controlling your strength or your body and your weight. Yeah, which is kind of technique, right? Or part of maybe of technique. Technique could also be like how you grab the boulder, and it's not only how you control your body, but it's kind of both. It's like a very overarching way of saying it, but yeah. And yeah, he also did the 6C boulder, and you know, then I also had to do the 6C boulder, and it's kind of funny, and that's the beauty of I feel like bouldering is when you have other people that just kind of are in the background, maybe helping you or just letting you know, or just, you know, just firing you up or firing you on. I don't know how you say it. It's because I grabbed a hold and it was not good. It was not good the way you grab it at first, because you then have to like lean in and then it's good. But before that, you have to come from the other side and you're like, oh my God, this sucks here. This is awful. Get me out of here. And it's kind of just good. Both of them said that's just how it is. You got, you know, just push through, right? It's good to have that. Because sometimes you're like, this is awful, this is really bad. But if someone is like, no, this is really good, you can do it too. And you're like, well, I guess now I have to do it. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. I like that. But yeah. But as you said, even if you're like a very buff guy, you can do a lot with bouldering. That's the beauty. I think it's actually a beautiful thing if you work out a lot and just go for maximum girthiness. I think something as a balance that requires you to have more control, I think is a really good balance. So that's even if it's just like maybe something along the lines of even yoga, I think, right? It doesn't have to be like pushing you to the limits in terms of like muscle ache, but even just like being a very strong buff dude and then doing yoga, I think is probably an amazing combination. Just because you have to actually now control your body. I can run and move like a weigh 100. Let's go. No, I have literally no idea what 190 kg looks like. I don't even know how much kg I am. About 5. I'm at least 5 kg. Yeah. Yeah, I truly don't know. I would test it right now, but I don't have a scale. Oh. I am German. Well, technically, I'm Austrian. But yeah. Well, actually, I have to drink more. I'm talking a lot and I feel it in my throat. Yeah, it's dangerous. But yeah, I have like no, I don't know what 190 kg looks like in a human being. But I don't know how much kg I am. I'd like to test it again, but I won't buy. You know, it's one of these things of like, oh, I would love to see for myself, or just go on a scale. But I'm not gonna buy a scale now just to do that. Like, it's a complete waste of money. Essentially, if others walk into me. What? It's like a wall. Gotta be careful that people don't run into you. I mean, I constantly just dodge and weave through people. Not like dodge and weave constantly. It's more like I'm trying to be hyper aware of where people are, so I don't like constantly like, you know, slap, like bomb. I'm just looking around, looking behind me. Is like, okay, if I go, it's like pretty much going with a car, right? Just as a person. It's like, is someone trying to just go past me, and I'm like, oh. Because I am, I guess, still, or that's the weird part. You don't even need to be heavy. Just having that weight, or any weight, but being in control of it and your body will already push the average person aside. Because the average person probably doesn't work out and or doesn't have the control you have. So you're already like the sheer amount of weight and force you have will already push like everyone. Oh. Gotta be careful, yeah. Kind of like driving a big truck. You know, you're moving a lot of weight. So you gotta be careful. Gotta be careful with that. I did martial arts as a kid. Nice. I think I only did a little bit of karate. Karate. Probably as a 9-year-old, 10-year-old, like a little bit. You know, like one of those children, kids, karate sessions. I think I did this like 2-3 times, and I think I was just too young to understand it and enjoy it properly. So. Yeah. I did it for years. Damn. Yeah, definitely. I learned. I mean, you probably also learned to, I guess, move and feel your body thanks to that. Just how I did it with Tai Chi for a while. It's kind of interesting, just feeling your body and properly like being under control and noticing things. It's good. It's good. It's just, yeah, I can feel my body. Kappa, Gachi, all of it. I can feel it right now, dude. I can feel it real deep. What? Nothing.
Bruh.
Yes. By the way, looking at this, it's kind of insane how this is where I am, this is where your GPU is, and this is where the fuck the GeForce 5090 is. Look at the difference. It's nearly twice the power. It's kind of insane how like whoop, like quickly ramps up. Damn. Kind of insane. Makes me want to buy one. Not that I will. Unless the prices go lower. Guys, I need a 5090. Daniel, why would you need a 50? Listen. I want it. I don't want it right now. For that price. But I would want it right now for that price, but half. No, I don't know how much. It is a lot of, like anything like two. Keep in mind, I paid $1,750 for the GPU I have right now. But that was back in summer 2022, I think. Yeah. So I can probably sell it for 600 to 800 is my guess. But then that's still over $1,000 I have to spend. Like 1,000 new euros. Yeah. So be back later. All right. Until later. Stay hydrated. Speaking of, very important. I might actually grab like a cold glass of water, but I'm gonna sneeze. I'm okay now. Oh dear Lord. Hold up, I gotta relax a little bit. Hold up. Yo, let's go. Okay, this does not really work if you have headphones on, because they're a little bit in the way right now. Hey, what's up, guys? And it can't go lower than this. This is not even comfortable, by the way. This is comfortable-ish. Yeah, this is good. We I like this chair. I like this chair a lot. God, it's actually, I don't know what it will do. Okay, keep in mind, my old chair was a going insane here. My old chair was a DX Racer chair, and it wasn't bad. But there is better stuff out there, especially for that price, right? So if you had that chair for a smaller child or a very slim child, it probably would be perfect. But I have become, I think, slightly wider in the past 5 years since I have this. I already had the past chair for 5 years, I noticed, or close to 5 years. At least four plus, let's say that. And I noticed that with these DX Racer chairs, because they're like racing chairs, roughly around here, it like goes up like a racing chair, because in a racing chair you want to be kind of strapped in and not move a lot to the left and right? You want to be in control. I ain't driving in this, so it's a dumb thing to do, to buy a DX Racer chair. I'm sorry, it is. So something that is very flat like this, slightly curved, of course, because you are also curved a little bit. It's just so much better. Not that I can like highly recommend this chair, because it feels like the seat, the cushion feels slightly lower quality than the DX Racer chair, to be honest. I don't know how long it will survive, but it's fine. It doesn't have any fancy plastic on it, which can brittle, which the old one already does now after 4 years. You know how like plastic can with sometimes like rip and tear and brittle it a little bit? That's what's happening actually with my old one. This one has none of it. Basic ass thing. It also has a proper lumbar support that you can't see down here, like this right there, this down here. It's fine. But I think the best thing is that it's actually open in the back. So it's like, it's kind of like a, oh God, how should I compare it? If you ever used like a tennis, how do you say this in English? Tennis Schläger, English. Tennis racket. Yeah, if you ever used a tennis racket, it's similar to this, it's like very tight. But it's also open, so it actually breathes. It doesn't breathe on my butt, technically, because it's very soft cushion. So maybe I should have gotten that as well. But I kind of don't care, because I have an AC anyways. But it's kind of nice having it in the back. Like it's don't quote this. Don't clip that. It is pretty nice. It's pretty nice now. It might just be a little bit of the honeymoon phase with any new thing. You're like, oh my God, this is beautiful. This is great. 3 weeks later, you're like, please, I want to die. No, but I think it's definitely was a good decision to buy a new chair. It did, weirdly enough, not recommending buying anything from Amazon, but I am that guy. I am buying everything from Amazon, because where else would I get it? Kind of. This chair would have been, I think, 100. I think 180, and I was like, oh my God, $180 for a new chair. It's like rounding it up in my head to a 200. I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's not nothing, right? That's quite a lot of money. But it is a chair. I'm constantly sitting on it, and the old one. Something when you use it, you are instantly annoyed by it? That was the chair. The moment I sat down in the morning, I was already kind of annoyed. Because it's like, again, it's just, I didn't have place with my shoulders. And I am maybe just a wider guy. I am a little bit, like, more muscular and not, like, brutally honest, slightly overweight, where you have a little bit more fat. So it's like, anything that pushes against me is just uncomfortable. And it being a racing chair, you're constantly like, I don't know, I was constantly like in this mode, and I couldn't like actually do this. I wouldn't be able to do this, what I'm doing right now, because it would have just blocked me, right? Either way, I was annoyed by it. So I was like, okay, let me buy it. And I'm glad I looked at it and I saw activate coupon for 60 euros at like the checkout on Amazon. And I was like, what is this? A goddamn honey scam? What is happening right now? But I clicked the button and the price dropped by 60 bucks. And I got this chair now instead of 180 for 120. Still a lot of money. But it's a 60 bucks I saved for a brand new chair that will last me hopefully another 3 to 5 years. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. And it's also not like a racing gamer chair. So this is like a proper chair now that I actually wanted and should have bought to begin with. So that's great. So yeah, I'm really happy I got it now. I'm very happy just sitting here and it's comfortable. It doesn't have the okay, you can't actually see it. Hi Inzik. It has of course the arm rest thingy, the arm rests, but they cannot tilt inwards and outwards. That does not exist. But they are way wider, and I feel like slightly softer than the DX Racer ones. The DX Racer ones are usually way too hard, so I had to buy stuff to make it softer. With this one, not necessary. I didn't have any complaints yet. Also, because I didn't have to buy anything on top of the armrests, which makes them higher, it's actually now lower, which is way more comfortable for me, because I don't like having my arm like slightly elevated like this, because you can see my shoulder just is slightly higher up constantly, and that's kind of annoying. But now it's like lower, and it's like so much more comfortable. It's, I know it's like first world problems, but it's good having a good chair. Also a good table now. Let's go. But you know what I don't have? Insig's love. Because he wants me to play gosh darn Barbie horse riding club thingy. Disgusting. Listen. No. But you know what we could play? We could play this game right here. Let me show you. This is a brand new game. It just released. And it has no issues whatsoever. Hell yeah! Nice. Good. Good meme. Good meme. Very nice. I know I was blocking it slightly. Just everything is high everything. You know, there's nothing I think that wasn't like reaching its limit. CPU usage, GPU usage, fan speed, GPU fan speed. I don't know what the heck the Ethernet speed was. Is that even a thing? Ethernet speed 20%? I mean, technically, wait, does... Hold on, give me a second. Okay, technically, yeah, okay, yeah. There's a network 1% right now with me. Okay, sure. Yeah, okay, well, it does exist. Sure, fine. But, yeah. That's a good meme. That's a good meme right there. To be fair, though, I could be that a-hole right now. Okay, let me be that a-hole right now. If your CPU and GPU reach 100%, that is what they're meant to do. But, sorry, not but. They are meant to be used first. Second, if you reach CPU 100% or GPU 100%, that's a bottleneck. You will always have a bottleneck in your in your PC. You always have a bottleneck. Because if you don't have a bottleneck, you ain't using the PC properly. During a video game, that is, potentially. You don't always have to go to 100%, but you have to actively say, no, I don't want to. And that's fair. That's fine. You use your product the way you want to. But if you bitch about low FPS and your GPU is being used to 50% and your CPU is at 20%, there is more room. Well, I think at that point you might have a RAM issue. Maybe. But yeah. Also, if your GPU and or CPU is overheating, fix it. That's a cooling issue. Gotta fix your cooling solution. Either it's the thermal paste, your PC hasn't been undusted in 2 years, or for some period of time. Or 3, worst case that happened to me, my GPU came with badly applied thermal paste from the factory. That could also happen. But you gotta get it checked out, and that's why you have hardware info. So for example, if you go to hardware info, like if you have any issue ever whatsoever during a video game, just get hardware info, start it up, and see what happens. Right? Oopsie, sorry. There it is. See what happens. You cannot zoom in this program because they haven't figured this out, how to zoom in a goddamn program in 2025. Seriously, hardware info developers, please, for the love of God, just add Control Plus as an option to zoom in a program. Fuck's sake. I don't even think you can, like, layout, customize, tray. Oh my God, you can't even zoom in. Change font. Oh, wait. Wait. That's not good. That isn't good either. No. It's so bad. Sure. Whatever. Sure, we do it like this. Disgusting. No. Control Plus or Control Zoom. Anyways, if you have this open while you're gaming and anything is red, that's the issue. That's the issue right there. Because it will never, I don't think it will show anything red when for example, your fan speed is 100%. I don't think that should appear as red, because that's what it's meant to be done, right? But if it's, for example, right here, GPU temperature, 56 degrees, technically the memory juncture is, okay, let's go a little bit smaller. I think usually the hotspot is the hottest part, so that is dangerous. So this is a 61%, right? But if I say now, best example is I say always on top. So this is always on top, no matter what I do, which is great because that's kind of what you want during a video game. So if I start now PoE2, which is a very demanding game, even for my PC, it's a very, very demanding game. This is a bad overlay. Can I turn this off? Is it the OSD? Okay, perfect. So yeah, I didn't want that. I think I had this used for a while. It doesn't matter. Good. Also, why is my arrow this big? Holy moly, it's large. Maybe I need to lower it. Oh, probably because I'm interesting. Because I'm zooming it at 50%, 150% in. Hold up, interface. Larger, medium. There we go. Holy, thank you. So, for example, if you have hardware info, so for the people that are constantly like, my PC is X and Y, you know, because of that meme right there, you know, like, oh, lol, CPU usage, GPU usage, Pog, cool. If that is you, unironically, so, use hardware info for the love of God. Have the video game open in the background. Oopsie. And now, oopsie, you go through from top to bottom and see if something is red. If anything is red, you might also have to like do this effect. So for example, it doesn't like limit the FPS in the background. So, for example, I can also like activate F1 It definitely clearly lowers the FPS a little bit, clearly, if it's not in the background. But I can, for example, look, go one by one, right? I can, for example, go down CPU temperatures, right? So, for example, I do like stuff here. I can move around. I am currently streaming as well, right? And I can see my CPU T-die, which is, I think, always the hardest part. So that's why I like looking at it. It's reaching 72, 74 degrees right now, 73. So, for example, this would be during combat. This would be, for example, during a huge boss fight, 24 FPS. My GPU is literally dying right now. But, you know, of course, less frames equals the CPU has to do less because there are less frames. Now that I stop doing this and it tries to push many frames, the CPU has to do many more frames. Thus, funny enough, during this insane encounter that during those lightning effects, I had lower CPU usage, but way higher GPU usage. And the CPU was also getting actually colder because there were less frames to do stuff with. So the CPU was like, well, okay, I'm not getting many frames from the GPU. I can chill, right? And so it's like cools down. But yeah, right now it's the hottest part of the CPU is 68 degrees. The highest it reached was 81 degrees. This was probably before the cooling activated because I have a pretty aggressive fan curve, as in it activates pretty late at 80 degrees, then it goes up to 100%, and I have it set up that it goes really slowly. So I think it's also maybe the timing is later. Mostly, so you don't have this... if you have, for example, a PC where it activates constantly when you do anything on the PC, and the fans go, woo, woo, woo. That, for example, I had, and I absolutely hate it. I despise it, bro. Because, just because I'm opening a browser tab and opening a YouTube video, doesn't mean the CPU needs to be like, oh my god, and instantly ramp up the fans. Right? It's not that big of a deal. It will just briefly boost the core clock speed probably to open the YouTube video as quickly as possible and then lower itself anyways and then stabilize. And you don't need like my fans go up to 100% or even 50% to be honest. And to not have that happen, I have a pretty aggressive curve, as in it activates as slow as possible. Probably not the best idea. I might lower it a little bit so it activates faster. So, for example, the 81 degrees here, probably not a good idea, but still on the safer end. Now, if we go down to the GPU, for example, my drive is 38 degrees. This drive is at 31 degrees. This is at 30 degrees, bro. It's chilling. The C drive, which is the NVMe, is at 46. You know, it definitely is being used. It definitely has, you know, drive remaining life. RIP. I like drive remaining life. No other, drive remaining life. Oh my god, 95%. No, it's dying, guys. Anyways, memes aside, it's fine. So going down to the GPU now, it weirdly enough had lower GPU temperatures. I think it's because the BIOS on the GPU is also fairly aggressive when it comes to the fan curve. I would like it slightly quieter, but I think at that point I kind of have to like overwrite the BIOS with MSI Afterburner, which may or may not work. Either way, for example, we have now lots of frames. The GPU is pushing a lot. The CPU is pushing a lot. Of course, if I now lower the FPS here, the CPU will do less, but the GPU has to do even more, because it still tries to do a lot. So for example, if I do this, we're going pretty high. You see how hot it gets? Yeah, we're reaching 77.8, 77.2. Yeah, now I don't have any mana to do any attacks anymore. So yeah, 77.8 degrees was pretty much limit. Keep in mind, yo Shag, what's up? This is what I just did is the absolute worst case scenario that I can do with this build in this video game. I cannot go harder than this. Meaning, it didn't go red. And technically, I looked at this temperature and not the... No, I think it is this temperature. Or am I bad right now? Sorry. I feel like I'm reading this wrong right now. No, I think this is fine. I feel like I rolled... Okay. I had a feeling there was something about... nope. Something about GPU hotspot. I feel like I overread this. But yeah, as you can see, 77.8 degrees. So we'll eat some digestive crackers and beef jerky. Let's go! Sounds also good, you know. Sometimes you gotta go with like basic food, simple food. It's good. Just for reference, the reason why I'm discussing any of this is because some people actually look at stuff like this video here, and I'm like, haha, look, my PC trying to run Monster Hunter, dude. Oh my god, it's hilarious. This is so me, guys. Nice. Very good. All right. Cool. Memes aside, though, it is a meme. It should be seen as ironic. This should not literally be you. Genuinely. That's why I'm saying, get hardware info, set it on always on top right here. That is always on top. Set this up like this. It's always going to be on top of the video game. Go back into your game. Maybe you need to run the game at windowed mode. Not a big deal. Because if it overheats during full screen and not windowed mode, you have a much bigger issue, to be honest. That's what I'm saying. If you can play the game and it's not overheating, and during crazy scenes it gets slightly warmer or uses 100% of your CPU or GPU, that's fine. That is what it's meant to be doing, first of all. Second, though, of course, if you reach 100% CPU usage and not 100% GPU usage, you have a CPU bottleneck. You might want to upgrade. But it's fine if it reaches 100%. That's what it's meant to be doing. It just tells you, oh, interesting, I might need a better CPU at some point. And if it reaches 100% GPU usage, that is also what it's meant to be doing, because you want to get the most frames at the highest quality possible every single second from your GPU. That's what it's meant to be doing. Okay? And if it's red anywhere in hardware info, that's an issue. You gotta fix that. It's either maybe it's currently overclocked, like I think core temperatures might be too hot. I mean, usually it's the die. Maybe it's the average that is way too hot. Maybe it's the GPU. I think for me, I mentioned this in my video. I think it was... There's a GPU hotspot that somehow it doesn't read right now. Maybe it's a current issue. Maybe I need to restart. But there was a GPU hotspot that was red. That was like, we're talking hot. We're talking 105 degrees Celsius hot, okay? And that was not all the time, but during certain cutscenes, I think during loading times, it like ramped up, bro. And that was just bad thermal paste on my GPU. Someone had to fix it. So, even if it's like, lol, this is so me, guys. My PC is like dying right now. This is a cry for help. It's literally trying to tell you something's wrong. But again, a GPU should be used at 100%. That's what it's meant to be doing, right? That its whole purpose is to do exactly that. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyways, that would have been my PC during PoE2 EA launch if it didn't get a new CPU, motherboard, and SSD before. Again, it should never. I mean, a 7 FPS, yes, of course. I mean, if your CPU and GPU can't handle more, you will have low FPS, because that's just how hardware is. But if it has low FPS because you're also overheating and it's telling you it's overheating in hardware info, I mean, you gotta fix the cooling, bro. You gotta fix your cooling issue. Some heatsink, I don't know what heatsink costs. Of course, if you're living in Egypt like Momo, it probably costs you an arm and a leg. But I don't know, like AMD, let's go with AM5 CPU cooler, not RGB, basic, just need to be like a black 38 bucks. 18 bucks is the cheapest, but this is only one fan. I know you can't see it. I kind of want to be careful with my, with my address. But yeah, a Thermal Right Phantom Spirit 120. Let me show you maybe the website. So for example, I just saw this one on Amazon. English. Yeah, I saw this one on Amazon for 30 bucks. And rip me. Document expired. No! Okay, give me just a picture. So yeah, this one, for example, 30 bucks, 35 bucks, 40 bucks. This would be way more than enough to at least cool your CPU. You might not be able to overclock it like crazy. You might not be able to like do any fancy stuff, but it will keep your CPU cool. So if you have CPU temperature issues in hardware info and it's overheating and it's red, 40 bucks. 40. And technically, I think there was a single one. No, it wasn't this one. There was, I think, a single, heatsink with a fan. I think it was like 20 bucks or 18 euros, to be fair. So could be a difference, but again, do that. Please. Just do that. I mean, I do like these Lamau low FPS. Haha, it's funny. I mean, even I did the same meme. I did the same meme of like destroying my frame rate with my current build in PoE 1, playing Kinetic Blast and stuff, right? I did the same meme. But I'm doing it ironically. Because I know how to fix it. Well, technically, fix it. I mean, the funny thing is, during that moment in the video, I genuinely tried, and I don't think it worked. I should have pre-rendered the video. Hold on, let me pull it up. So in my video, by the way, I have a new video out, guys. Go watch it. Guys, go watch it, please. Watch it, like it, subscribe. No, so feel free to do whatever you want with it, but
Pre-show event started on February 20th and is running for about 1 month.
Who's this guy?
Wait, 2 months. 2 months. After
That
following
was a good meme.
Calsteron's
By
kinetic...
the way, Shaggy, this meme right here was because of you. Because I think I recorded this at the very mornings. That's why you can see the light is coming in. This is literally in the morning. And you posted the news thingy in the gaming channel, in the Path of Exile channel, and I looked at it right before recording this. So this wasn't even in the script, by the way. I was just like doing this meme.
20th and is running for about 1 month.
So yeah, running for about 1 month. That's where my script ended, by the way. And then I was like, oh, wait a second. Shaggy posted this.
Wait, 2 months. 2 months.
This was all just improv. I was like, oh yeah, wait a second. Shaggy mentioned something. So let me just mention, wait, 2 months. Sorry. Was a good moment.
After following Calsteron's kinetic blast of clustering build guide, deleting my frame rate...
By the way, this moment right here, deleting my frame rate. Lol, my frame rate, so bad. Anyways, I unironically added this in a timeline and lowered the FPS. Meaning, I tried to force it to look like 16 FPS. It did not work.
Playing it into the end game.
It still looks like 60. I don't know why it didn't work. I do have a weird JPEG filter on this to make it look bad, which makes no sense because I said frame rate, not bit rate. Either way, bad meme. I'm a bad editor. But I also had the issue during this clip. I actually wanted to also highlight the FPS counter at the top right and show, wow, dude, I'm dropping so many frames, guys. This is crazy, this build, right? Kind of like ironic because I don't really care about it. That's the beauty of PoE. You can do crazy stuff and it will be lowering your FPS depending on what you do. But the problem was, my PC is so fucking good, I do not even drop to low FPS. I genuinely cannot. I tried to, and I dropped from 140 FPS, or I think I accidentally recorded this when I had I had it limited to 120 FPS. I dropped to 60, maybe barely slightly above 50 FPS. That's still a lot of FPS. I couldn't go lower. My PC is just too strong to go lower, so I had to like edit it to make it look bad, and I still failed. So,
Bruh.
I tried. I'm sorry. I'm just bad. I'm just bad. That's the deal, dude. Am I purple? I feel like my face looks weird. Dude, Daniel, your face always looks weird. I swear to God. If you say this one more time. Whoa! Yeah, we don't want that. No. This looks fine. No. I kind of like this. Right? This is nothing. This is something. Nothing, something. Nothing, something. I like that. I like that. I'll keep it like this. Is this fine? Do I look like a human being now? I am a human being. Shaggy. I have a new chair. Check this. Check it out. Anyhow, how's your PC doing? How's your Poggers GPU going? Is it popping off? Is it cool? Well, it's probably not cool. It shouldn't be cool. It's a GPU. Use it. And with use it, I mean, you know, play video games. Do not read manual. Shaggy comes back. Yo, sorry, I had to like finish my manual. What did you say? Oh my god. It's cooler than my previous one. Let's go. I mean, that's what triple radiators do be like, yeah. It's pretty cool. I like that, yeah. Triple radiator. Cools it. That cools it properly, yeah. Because of course it's not sitting at 100%, you know. I mean, it doesn't even need to be that 100%. It just needs to be at like, I mean, also how much you limit it, right? But I always thought about this like that. A GPU that constantly runs at 100%, and then a much better GPU that doesn't run at 100%. I don't think it's just the raw 100%. It's also the wattage it draws. But at that point, I think it's also just how good the GPU was made. As in, you know, like newer technology, you can, each watt delivers more power or more performance than previously. Thus, it needs less wattage to get you the same performance that you received previously. I think that's also what kind of matters. Because I'm 99.9% sure that my 980, if it tries to reach 60 FPS 4K, will draw more power than my 3090 Ti. Also 60 FPS 4K in the same game with the same settings. I think, because this one is probably not as efficient in terms of power draw like the 3090 Ti. I might be wrong, but that's the beauty of AMD, right? Like, AMD literally showed us that you don't need to go more and more wattage to get more out. That's Thank God some really smart people are working on this. Thank goodness gracious. And we can enjoy our video games. Like, for example, Hades 3. By the way, I have an hour boo-boo. You see this? You see this there? Look at this. Look at it. I hurt myself. I think it actually happened on Monday. Yeah. Lick the boo-boo. No. Do you know how many bacteria you have in your mouth? Dude, I don't even want to know how much bacteria Kai has in his mouth. Jesus Christ.
Bruh.
That's a yikers. Do you know that saliva is good at healing? Did you know you have any other type of healing available to you in the 21st century? Please use it. Yo guys, so I constantly use saliva to heal my wounds. So yeah, anyways, there's something that costs you literally like $6 at the pharmacy. Please get that instead. Please. I beg you. I don't know how much it costs, but it probably is around $6. Probably is. Well, it might be 15 now. But you also don't need like the full tub, you know, like just a little droplet of like, I don't know what it's called. I mean, it's Bepanthen in German. Bepanthen English. I mean, it's actually a protective the ingredients. It's not a moisturizing cream, but yeah, it's more like a healing thingy. Oh, interesting. There's an eczema. Oh, didn't know there's a eczema thing for Bepanthen. Cool. Itch relief within 30 minutes. Bro, I need that. Dude, I'm itching in certain spots of my body.
Bruh.
I mean, this wound right here itches. That's what I mean. Anyways. Okay, I'm looking at something that makes no sense. An eye. Is that eye drops? Are those eye drops? I hope they're drops. But that makes no sense why it's called Salbe. Salbe in German is a paste thingy, right? Ointment. How the fuck does an eye ointment look like? I don't want to like put an ointment in my eyes. Like droplets, yeah, but not an ointment. It's like a white, like it's moisturizing cream. That's what I think. But an ointment is kind of like a moisturizing cream, right? But it wasn't the official website. Anyways, I'm just saying. Let me go back to Amazon and looking at the 5090s that I cannot buy. I mean, technically, I could. Guys, if I get 700 subscribers right now, I will buy a 50. That would still be a loss, funny enough. An ointment is correct. Your eye gunk is thick. It's so thick. Yes. I mean, I'm sure they know what they're doing. I just don't like how it sounds. There's a difference. Also, this is 100% a scam. Ain't no way this is real. Someone selling a PC with a 9800X3D in it, some RAM, some 2TB M.2 SSD, a 5090 GPU for $5,000. That's a scam. Right? That's a scam. Unless they got it real cheap. I mean, it wouldn't be a scam if the prices for the 5090 wouldn't be alone $5,000. So, it's a 5080 with part of the 8 removed. True! Yes. By the way, the Gigabyte Aorus 5090 Extreme, because, you know, you gotta have that Extreme in there. Kill me. Water Force. So the water-cooled 5090 from Gigabyte is 4,900 euros. Jesus Christ. But it is, I think, the best one on the... Wait, is it the best one? Hold up, let me check. Is it hardware unboxed again? Hardware unboxed. Because they made a billion videos on the 9070 XT. Please fucking kill me. I'm literally manually hiding them from my subscription box. It's just, God, it's... I mean, I will not buy AMD. Glad they're making videos and they're making good videos. Bless them. I just will not care. By the way, if you think about it, they make one video that gets 385,000 views that is 31 minutes long. They pretty much made... They definitely made the money back just for the GPU, just from this one video, by the way. I can guarantee that right now. It do be like this. Which is kind of surprising that you can actually get a pretty decent chunk of money just from like that amount of views. Still on YouTube. I mean, ads will always be worth something. They had a gigabyte. Oh, this one is it. Yeah, you see, I think it was gaming benchmarks. But I wanted to see like the average. Was it this one? Those were just in games. But yeah, I think on average, if you see like the Aorus Master. Oh, the Aorus Master overclocked, of course. True. But keep in mind, I don't overclock it. So they manually overclocked it, which I don't even want to do. So I would just take the non-OC versions. But even the non-OC version, the non-water liquid version, is better than the MSI liquid version. You see this? Like the Supreme... Oh, sorry, no, Supreme liquid right here is better. By 1 FPS. On average. Not even the 1% lows. And the normal air-cooled one is as good. It's kind of insane. And that's what makes me want to maybe buy a Gigabyte one. Like, that's good. That's good. Look at this. And by the way, the 4080 Super here at the bottom, that's probably roughly my 3090 Ti. Roughly, in terms of performance. So, this is like twice. More than, well, yeah, it's about twice-ish. Oh, yeah, it is, yeah. Yeah, I don't really care about the load and wattage, dude. 700 watt, that's fine, guys. 700 watt power draw. It's fine, guys. It's fine. It's funny how people always say, oh my god, this is insane how much power it draws, but then literally plug in a little shitty $30 heater into their outlet all winter just to heat their little feet. It's like, guys, do you know how much they... I think they can actually, like, these little heaters that you can, like, just plug in and that's it. I think they're drawing actually up to 1,500 watt, if I'm correct. I mean, there's a variance, but more than a GPU. But yeah. Yeah, that's what actually makes me want to maybe buy this this GPU over maybe an Asus one or even the MSI one, because it seems to be surprisingly good. I think it has an alternative fan at the back. Yeah, this one. Would you do this though? Would you genuinely put this fan at the back? No, right? I know it comes with the GPU, but let's be honest here, guys. It probably does help, you know, more fans is always good. Usually. But God, that looks like shit. And not even the look. I'm like, I don't know about this one, Chief. I don't know if I would want that. I think I would just accept not having this fan. I think I would just like... oh yeah, I think they're also using this. This is super interesting. Well, actually, let's listen into this, because this actually surprised me.
Okay, so now it's time to tear the card down, and please note all testing was conducted prior to the teardown. Now, pulling apart the Aorus Master is quite a bit easier than other 5090s, because you don't have to apply a tremendous amount of pressure to slowly break the seal created by all the thermal pads. And this is because the Aorus Master doesn't include a single thermal pad on the entire graphics card. Rather, Gigabyte has opted for thermal putty along with composite metal grease. The composite metal grease has been used on the GPU die, and because it is electrically conductive, Gigabyte installed a dual-layer gel fence to avoid the metal grease coming in contact with any of these surface mount components, which would risk shorting out the card. Then for the VRAM, power delivery components and other critical components, Gigabyte has used non-electrically conductive thermal putty or thermal conductive gel. The advantage of this putty-like material is that it's highly malleable, allowing it to fill gaps between components, even on uneven surfaces, allowing for maximum contact and therefore efficient thermal transfer. In a nutshell, this should mean the thermal performance of the Aorus Master is going to be excellent for all components. But it also means servicing this product is considerably more difficult, and while I'm not questioning the longevity of these compounds, as I don't really have any insight into that, it does mean that if you have to tear down the card, you will need to remove all of that putty and then reapply it. So for now, I'm going to have to remove all of it, but of course I have done my testing, and then we will reapply it and put the card back together. Before that...
But yeah, that's just super interesting. That's what kind of made me... Maybe that's the reason why it's just so much better than most other cards. Because it has like this thermal putty everywhere. Like literally in between, you can see it just like... just squeezed in there everywhere. Maybe that's just way better than thermal pads. Because it's just like everywhere. Of course, the problem usually is with this, the heat just transfers everywhere where you also don't want it to go. That's, I think, why lots of people, or maybe lots of companies don't do it. But it clearly works. Maybe. Maybe long term, there's a problem with Gigabyte cards, right? That could be a thing. Because even if the heat transfers everywhere, and quickly, because the thermal putty is everywhere, so it like disperses itself way more throughout the entire GPU. The problem is you now have other components becoming way hotter on average and thus degrading faster. Maybe that's the issue with the Gigabyte cards. Could be. I can see that happening. I hope not, because that would be sick. If it's just like, it lives forever, or not forever, of course, but it lives a long time. The thermal putty gives it like way better, like lower temps. and it has better performance compared to like other cards. That'd be sick. That'd be really cool. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe I will get the Aura's Master, but you know, $5,000. Dear God, help me. Dear God. Dear God, help me. Yeah. Guys, I need a small donation of 5,000 euros. This is a joke. This is a bad joke. But Gigabyte Aorus 5080s are going for $2,200. 2,300. Let's round it up. Because there's a delivery cost. So there was that. I don't know. I mean, let me check this out real quick. This one, Tech Power Up, 2,250. Let's give it that. Oh no, not the 5090. Let's give it the 5080. Okay, there's no real comparison. Give me a second. 5080 RTX. So we have a 5080 Founders Edition CPU database. Okay. So this is the Founders Edition. This is not the Gigabyte one. Oh, I like this animation. I like that. So that's not enough. I'm genuinely like, that's not enough for me to upgrade. So if I think about the Gigabyte Aorus Master 5080, which is very likely gonna be better because it's already overclocked to a degree. It runs better than the Founders Edition. And I could overclock it maybe even more, but I usually don't do this. It only, compared to my 3090 Ti, which is also not the Founders Edition one, but you know, I'm comparing apples to apples here and thinking about this is maybe the same difference in terms of banana to banana, whatever. It would only be about a 20% increase in performance. Price-wise, it's still bad. Because if you think about, I bought my 3090 Ti for 1,750 euros. 2.5 years ago now. Close to 3, actually. In summer, it's going to be 3 years, I think. And something that is 20% better than mine. And actually has less memory, just keep that in mind, less memory, better memory, like a newer memory type, maybe also more bandwidth, I actually don't know about that, but less memory in general, costs now $500 more. That doesn't seem to be right. That doesn't seem to be right. I mean, currently, you know, the prices are just wacky. So there's that. But even from that point of view, I would definitely not recommend even buying the 5080 ones right now. God, no, because they're just really not worth it compared to what you could probably getting the 40 series and a higher one, right? Because you can probably, because keep in mind, the 5080, the Founders Edition one, is still worse than the 4090. So if you can get something that is a used 4090 from any other third party, you are already way better off. Depends on how used, of course, but like, even if it's for the same price, you get something way better. Automatically. So. Ship the PC behind you to Egypt. It will be a top 1% PC there. Dude, let's go. Dude, no, hold on. I'm gonna send this to Momo. At Momo. There you go. Let's see if he comes back. Ooh. Sorry, give me a second. Someone actually mentioned something. So privately, oh, that's not even a word. I have been doing. If you know Best Guy Ever, which is a YouTuber, he has had. Oh, I don't have that, sadly. He has his One Piece weekly, bi-weekly streams, and I've been helping to. Like, I downloaded all the videos locally on my PC, just so they're saved for the future, because, you know, of the whole Twitch situation. Oh shoot, it's actually not available anymore. God damn. That's one of those new episodes that I don't have. That sucks. By the way, guys, I have played Chernobylite. Fuck you even going to do with it? Oh, sorry. So the PC in the background, this one, by the way, I only have it here for the stream. You know, I don't have it usually here. I usually have it here in the corner. But it's currently just going to be for the video I wanna make, which is me playing PoE 2. PoE. Well, the video is mostly about on the ARPG channel, which is focused mostly on PoE 2, Path of Exile related content as of right now, because there's genuinely not any other good ARPG out there. Sorry, or at least not one that I'm interested in or want to make content on. And I wanted to make, or I had this idea, I think, for, oh God, a while, that's for sure. I wanted to make a video on an older PC running PoE 2, because I like the videos that also David does tech stuff. He has lots of videos where it's like a really old laptop, really old GPU. How does it like hold up nowadays with any modern game, older game and newer game? You know, just so you have. It's a really fun, chill, relaxing video you can watch like maybe during lunch. I've like absorbed all the videos. It's really fun, and I was like, oh, I like these videos. Could I do this as well? But I can't really do it on my main channel, nor on the ARPG channel, unless it's ARPG related, specifically Path of Exile 2, and I personally would like to see more PoE 2 videos like this to be made. You know, of like just grab a GPU and benchmark the game. I would love seeing those videos. But either I don't see them because the algorithm doesn't show it to me, or I'm also too lazy to search them. Either way, why not? Why shouldn't I do it? So, I had this PC built in this case, in this newer case, for the son of a friend. I got it back for free, but I gave them $50 because the PC case costed them money originally. And I bought the cooler, as you can see. This is a Cooler Master cooler for... it's, by the way, really tough getting a cooler for an 12-year-old socket. Intel socket, by the way. Pretty tough, by the way. But I got it. Good. Or at least that there weren't many options. Either way, got it. Everything is running. Everything is fine. The RAM, weirdly enough, is on the two lower spots, as you can see. It's not the faster 2, it's the slower 2. I don't know why. There's a weird issue. I think it may be me because I didn't took the CPU out and in, but I did maybe change the pressure, and now it's kind of weird. Either way, I'm not gonna move this fucking cooler, because this cooler, putting this in alone, is a bitch. It's awful. Don't. It's bad. Good. With this out of the way, I will be playing PoE 2 mostly on this PC for the video, and I technically could have recorded it today, but then I went to lunch with my mom, so I can't do it now because I'm streaming, because I'm chilling right now, live on stream. No, I'm kidding. I also can't do it tomorrow, most likely, because I want to go bouldering again. Because they're changing the boulders every Monday, so I want to check those new boulders out. So I'm probably going to do it finally on Tuesday, 3 weeks later. I had to buy... I didn't even show this, by the way. I bought quite a lot of stuff now for this gosh darn video, so... but... come here. About this thing, it's the Elgato HD60X or something, so I finally bought this one. Another $150-$60 or something just for this, so yeah, there's that. Because I actually got the HD60S from the son of a friend who also had this PC. It didn't work. It just didn't. Not with the old software, not with the new software. It did not work. I couldn't get a signal out to my PC. I don't know, maybe I'm bad, maybe I can check it out. Anyways, I have this now. It worked. Was a little finicky, but it worked. I got signal out, I recorded it. I think I do have to play a little bit around with the sound, but it doesn't matter really, I think. But yeah, now I can play the game on this PC. Record it through this locally, well, not locally, but on the SSD on my main PC. Thus, I can actually have the full power of this PC. Because usually when you record something, you also at the same time have to, like, you know, do the recording part, which then takes some power away from the PC. Keep in mind, I streamed on this PC for years, right? Like, I probably have the... I don't know how many Terraria videos this GPU and CPU rendered. Many, I think. A lot of them, by the way. But still. I can now do it through this on my main PC, so I can really push this PC to its limits without maybe potentially messing up the recording or something. So that's gonna be good. That's the good part. But yeah. Just costed me $160. Yay. Poggers. Is that a Poggers moment, Daniel? Yeah, it's very Poggers. I nearly ran over the cable. I'm smart. Good. Good. And yes, it's on the floor right there, because I'm a professional, by the way. Poggies, oh my lord, it's my favorite anime. Not because it has a loli in it. No, listen.
Bruh.
Look, actually, I wanted to decide. Listen. No, memes aside. Very wholesome. Very wholesome. What? It has 2. True. True. That's true. That's pretty true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's pretty true. Kana. Kana? Is it Kana or Kana? One just has massive bonka honkers, dude. Yes, very, very massive bonka. Bonka the yes. Indeed. I like that mangaka is just like, nah, bro, it can be bigger. I think that mangaka is actually also a woman. So it's just like, I mean, she's nailing that vibe, you know, that wholesome, just comfortable, it's a good show. God damn, is it a good show? Kobayashi-san is just can always be bigger. True. Yes. Oh my god, Kai's lying right now. Excuse me. It's an i7 3077K. Anyhow. Dude, I am swallowing letters and words sometimes. Bad with my writing. Maybe I have to, like, write slower, think more. Gotta tune it down like 6 degrees. Good. I don't know if I finished the story with this one. I'm so sorry. I probably mentioned this like a billion times, but I want to mention it again for the people that actually care about. And Shaggy asked. So, this PC now can run. I have downloaded the games locally. They are installed. I haven't started them, otherwise I would be spoilering myself. You know, starting a game for the first time on an old machine is kind of an interesting part. So, I haven't done this yet. And I am planning, mostly the video will be about Path of Exile 2. Okay, I can't say if it's mostly, but it will be a major part of the video, because I also want to, like, if I make the video about only PoE2, I think it's not going to be enough. You know, I want to make the video actually big, like a bigger video, a better video, and I think I need to also show other games. So I got, even though I've never played it, and I might never play it because I think it's not for me anymore, Half-Life, I have downloaded it. I might just jump briefly into it just to see the FPS and see, you know, performance-wise. I have Path of Exile 1, of course, so we have the first game and the sequel, obviously. But also, I might jump into, like, Doom Eternal with this. Because why not, right? Doom Eternal, maybe I will also get Bioshock. I thought about Bioshock, like not the Bioshock Infinite, like the older one, the one before. I think Bioshock 2 or something. I think still is an interesting game, right? Might look decent. I think texture-wise it probably is a bit low, but could be interesting to show. So yeah, I want to show a variety of games on this old PC. I mean, it's not like old, right? But it's yeah, I just want to experiment with it and see what it goes. But I probably will need a few hours. Of course, I'm not going to play like an hour of every game and be like, oh, this is great, right? I'm probably going to jump in like 10 to 20 minutes max. Because, like, how much realistically do I need for a 1 to 3 minute section in a YouTube video? You know what I mean? Like, I don't need to record an hour to show 3 minutes of a video game. So, it's just gonna be probably half a day of recording. It's also mostly the setting up part and really making sure I am recording. And I also kind of want to record me with the camera. Okay, maybe I'm not gonna actually record with this camera. But I do need to make sure all the recording is ready to go and working. Otherwise, I am screwed. So, because I don't want to, like, fake my reaction to something. I really want to just have the raw recording of me opening a game and being like, okay, this is good. Right? Like, I want that. I want that raw reaction for the video. That's a good part. But you got to make sure that everything is actually working. Yo, everyone is waking up. Let's go. LGA 1. What's going on in general right now? Shaggy, how do you like my server right now? Unironically. Oh, interesting. Okay, it sounded actually kind of bad. I didn't like it. Wouldn't be in it. Dude, he's so toxic, dude. My mod is so toxic. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my lord. Anyways, what the heck was that? Holy. How's that toxic? No, I'm kidding. But is this better? Maybe this is better. Good. Yeah, no, it sounded kind of negative when I asked this. I did enjoy having CPU, please. No. I did enjoy when the Discord server was smaller. Brutally honest. Okay, I didn't enjoy it more. I did enjoy it. It was just a different vibe. It's now a different vibe now that the server is very active. And I just have to accept this. This is just, part of growing. I mean, that's the same as like... It's like having... My videos are now getting, on average, way more views on the second channel than on the main channel. But also, on average, just more views. Meaning, there are also more comments that are just objectively false and untrue. And that's just how it is, right? I think that's just with everything where more and more people come in, a certain percentage will be wrong, or there's just a thing with numbers, right? Just a thing with numbers. That's how it is. And I think that's also the same with Discord. The more people come in, the more people will talk, and the more topics might be discussed that I'm genuinely not interested in. And that's fine. Yeah, that's also fine. It is cool though to see that people are in my server enjoying themselves. That's also a good feeling, right? Because keep in mind, I'm just like a dude, I'm just a guy, right? That absolutely hates Barbie Riding Club. So it's kind of interesting to just see that a community builds around, I wouldn't say me, but maybe stuff that I do. So, yeah. By the way, I have a little Awa Boo Boo. See this here? I have an Awa Boo Boo! Look at this! Pour down, yes. What? I got a new chair, did you know? Wee! Oh god. The moment I lift my please post link to chair. Wee! Oh! I can actually hold myself even if I lift my legs off the ground. Wee! That's a green screen edit right there of me just being in a roller coaster and you just edit me in. Daniel on the weekends, Wee! So I can get the identical one and we can be twinsies, dude. I mean, I can share it. Keep in mind, this is not an ad. I do not know how this chair will develop as time goes on. But it's that's the name of it, I guess. So it's definitely more expensive. But I mentioned it earlier. I got $60 as a coupon. Weirdly enough. So I don't know where that came from. But yeah, might be a certain thing right now. But yeah, for $60 off, that's a goddamn steal. Because that's a proper chair for $120. I mean, yeah. Dude, Momo is like, yo, let's go. Send me the PC, let's go. But yeah, there are a few things I don't like about the chair, which is mostly I don't know if the cushion where my butt is on will last a long time. as in how soft will it be after 5 years, right? Cause the well, I don't know if it's difficult to notice when something just feels off compared to the start, right? Because if it like lasts you 3 years, do you know when it was how it was on the first day? Probably not. I don't know, but yeah. Oh yeah, 139 US. Let's go. Yeah, but definitely look up a few others. This wasn't my first choice. I pretty much went on best office chairs 2025 or something, and then just like copy pasted. Brutally honest, I just copy pasted it into Amazon because that's where I just buy all my stuff, which is not perfect, I know, but or good, but yeah. I copy pasted I think 3-4 chairs into Amazon, and they just weren't available. Like they just either did not exist or just weren't available. And this was the only one that was available. Again, the problem with Amazon, sometimes it's kind of tough to get some stuff, even if they have a lot. But that's just with everything you buy from, you know, any other brand or anything. Right? They can't have everything. But yeah, it would have been interesting maybe going on the official website and buying it there. I could have done that, maybe. I mean, most of them were similar to this one, though, right? I definitely want the headrest. A lot of actually office chairs don't come with a headrest. They have nothing here, and I really want this. Like, at some point, sometimes you just want to be like, okay, right? You kind of want just to rest your head at something, and actually, I need to lower this. You kind of want to lower your head on something, and it weirdly enough, a lot of chairs don't come with this. Like, they just don't. And I'm like, I need something for my neck. I need it. Gamer, please play a game. This is a just chatting stream today. I'm sorry, sir. Excuse me. Sir. This is not a gaming stream. No, I'm sorry. I genuinely didn't want to play PoE 1. I didn't have any other game. But I can talk about two games that I bought, and wait, let me check if I got them refunded. I got them refunded, boys. I got the money back. Let's go! SMH, play game. Can't believe you are not complaining. Just chatting is worse than PoE. I am in just chatting, right? Please tell me I'm just chatting. Okay, perfect. Okay, good. Where was I? So, why does this not open? Oh, interesting. Sorry, I'm just checking something with stream elements. Good. Yeah, just shit is so much worse than PoE, dude. The Divine Orbs, dude. Divine Orbs, dude. Wait, do I have the Divine Hypers? What's the Divine price right now in PoE 2? 300, 600? No, I think it's 600 exalts for one Divine, right? Jesus Christ. I'm finding games that are not PoE. So, listen, guys. Listen.
Bruh.
Listen. Funny sound effects aside.
No.
Good. I bought 2 games. I didn't want to buy games, but you know, my mouse moved and suddenly I had a video game. No. I'm kind of like picky right now buying games because I know I think going to be a spring sale. I don't know when it's gonna happen, but oh my god. It's probably going to happen soonish, right? So I don't want to buy games now when I know they might be on a bigger sale during the sale. Still, I'm a streamer. I need some games to play. I need some games to stream. And PoE 1 ain't doing it right now. PoE 2 also ain't doing it right now. Because no content, right? No excitement, no like, you know. No.
No.
Exactly. So, does. I bought some games. Specifically, the game They Are Billions and Chernobylite. And I can actually show both of them, maybe on stream. Right now, actually, let me show them right here. They Are Billions. So the first one was They Are Billions, which is currently 30% off. And I think I saw, let me just look. There we go. Is a steampunk strategy game set on a post-apocalyptic planet. Build and defend colonies to survive against the billions of the infected that seek to annihilate the few remaining living humans. Can humanity survive after the zombie apocalypse? This seems like an interesting game where just a horde of monsters come towards you and you just like just run you down. And I kind of like that idea. I like that a lot. I think that's why I maybe dislike Factorio, because there is no like real threat. And it's more like, just figure out the planning on how to... No, I kind of like the opposite. I kind of need a threat and something, right? To kind of like test myself against. Just being like, you produce now 7 billion more iron. I'm like, I really don't care. Good. It seemed like an interesting game. Also, I kind of don't mind games. I actually like it when a game kind of throws a bunch of stuff at you and my GPU has to like work hard. I kind of like that. I don't know. I'm a nerd. Good. And I think a very long time ago, and I didn't watch the VOD at all because the biters, yeah, there's such a threat in Factorio. Yeah, of course. To a degree, yeah. But anyways. This the Quinn69 played this. I didn't watch the stream. I didn't want to get spoiled. But do you see the amount of monsters? It's pretty freaking cool. I like it. So I refunded this game, sadly, because it literally soft-locked my PC. I'm not even joking when I say this. It soft-locked my PC in the weirdest way I have ever seen. And I think it's, first of all, it's an early access game. Or I think it was an early access game. It's also from 2019. Thus, it was produced earlier than this. And it uses something like Slim DX runtime from 2012. They somehow didn't update yet. So, sneezing aside, I started this game. It started on my second monitor, not the main one, that is set up in Windows. Fine. Okay. The menu did not work when opening the game for the first time. It did not work. The options didn't work. Exit game didn't work. Nothing worked. Moving my mouse on a second monitor. I thought, after the fact, maybe it worked if I moved the mouse on a main monitor, but it displayed on a... Anyways, weird. Again, this is a game that is done and finished since 6 years nearly. And I open it, and the menu doesn't work. It's like core issues. Don't like it. I was like, oh, well, doesn't work. All right, let me close it and let me open it again. You know, sometimes that can help, right? You know, just turn it on and off and on again. This game did not work or did not accept Alt F4. This is another red flag for a video game, in my opinion. If your game does not react to Alt F4, what the fuck are you coding, bro? Seriously. Who made this? Okay. I was like, it does not react to Alt F4. It also doesn't work with Alt Tab. Okay. So I can't even go out of the game and open Task Manager. This is bad. Control-Alt-Delete to go into the task manager and to finally close this video game. Control-Alt-Delete didn't work. Or it did, I think. So the issue right now was, I had Steam open on the main monitor. On the second monitor, the game was open. I clicked Control-Alt-Delete. Something happened in the background. But I couldn't see it. It didn't visually update on my PC. Nothing changed. I was able to move the mouse, no issue, even like 240 hertz, so that worked. But I just could not see anything, any changes. I couldn't open the task manager. I couldn't even go back into anything. It literally soft locked my PC. I had to force end my PC after opening this game for the first time. Already very bad sign. But I was like, all right. This didn't happen for years. I had a game that was just unable to run or just was this badly coded. Bro, indie games from itch.io are better, okay? Fine. Let's give it a second chance. I opened the game again, right? I restarted the PC, Discord started, Steam started. Good. Let me open the game again. Literally the same happened again. Game started on the second monitor. Couldn't get out of it. Menus didn't work. Alt F4 didn't work. Control-Alt-Delete didn't work. And then somehow I think I kind of like locked myself out of my own account and couldn't get in. Because again, it did not update visually. I couldn't see anything but Steam, Discord, and the game. Even like turning the monitor on and off doesn't work. Like the main monitor, I turned it off and on, and it still didn't work, right? It soft locked my PC again for the second time now. And then I decided to just, refund the video game. Because if it does not work after 2 starts and soft locks my PC, I don't even want to know what could happen in the game. Nah, I'm good. So yeah, this was this game. I couldn't actually play it. I don't know. I really didn't care so much that I'm like, hey, do I want to like rinse and repeat this 10 more times to see if I can make it run? Actually, no. Like that. Opening the video game and Alt F4, worst case, should be the bare minimum in my opinion. For any software. Or at least video game. Or at least a software that starts in full screen, potentially, right? In a windowed screen, maybe you can get away with Alt F4. Fine, okay. Either way. Good. Thank you, Inter. Very good. That's exactly what I did when I refunded the game. I sucked the money back from Steam back into my PayPal account. Good. But as you saw, I also bought a second game. Yes, very good. I bought Chernobylite. Kai mentioned this to me, and it seemed like an interesting game. Chernobylite is a science fiction survival horror RPG set in a hyper-realist... Sure, that's not how I would call it. 3D scanned wasteland of Chernobyl's exclusion zone. Explore a non-linear storyline in your search to uncover the truth of your tortured past. It has pretty high recommendations. Unfinished, boring, not fun to play. Expected a survival horror with mutants. Received Fallout 4 with magic rock. Love it. Very all over the place. But in general, I have to say, if you have $6 right now, highly recommend trying this game out. Keep in mind, after 2 hours, you cannot refund this game. But I highly recommend trying the game out. It does a few things really darn well from this indie developer. I'm surprised how good the atmosphere is. Like, they know what they're doing. Visually, it's actually a pretty good looking game, even without ray tracing. And because it's kind of older and you have potentially a newer hardware, I got like over 100 FPS average, which is great. And the game still looks very good. This is, of course, not a real picture from the game. Well, it's not from this perspective, but it still looks like this pretty much. It looks good. It looks good. Let's say that. But two things. I mentioned to Kai, I'm a pussy when it comes to horror. I have this tag usually hidden from Steam. I do not like horror. I don't even like the idea of horror. I do not like to be in a game and being scared. I don't like that. I don't have fun with that. That's not like, yeah, but the atmosphere. No, I don't like that feeling of being scared in a video game. I want to have fun. Horror isn't fun to me. And that's super subjective, and that's fine. If you are not an absolute pussy bitch like I am, you might very like this game. But TLDR, if you want to get a slight spoiler, the story makes absolutely no fucking sense right out of the fucking gate like Last Epoch, because you start doing time traveling and opening wormholes. I'm not even joking, by the way. It feels like it's not properly connected at the start. I was instantly lost, by the way. Second, what it actually is, like all the fancy screenshots and the fancy names and uncover the truth of your tortured past. Fancy wording aside, this is a first-person extraction shooter. That's what this is. That's all it is. You go into an area. There are a few areas you can use, and there are missions for each area that are, I think, randomized. But you say, I will go to this part of Chernobyl's exclusion zone, right? Like the left, right, top, bottom, whatever. There are, like, I think 6 areas. You go there with an objective. And then random loot is dropped in that area, randomized. But then there's also, like, the main objective. And then you go there. And you usually kill a few guys on the way. Then you grab the loot and get the heck out. It's a very simple, but I think a well-executed extraction shooter. Mostly because it looks really interesting. It's in an area that is usually not seen, you know, Chernobyl's exclusion zone. What game has that? Voice acting, I think, is pretty okay. I mean, I did set it to Russian, which was the normal audio language, and I was like, you know, let me actually listen to it in Russian, right? Partially for the vibe. So I can't say if it's like good Russian voice acting, but sure. But it's, yeah, story-wise, it lost me less than an hour in. It completely lost me because, boy, they like to talk a lot. And it's also one of those games where you have to talk to the person, and no, you cannot under any circumstances do anything else. You have to sit there and read dialogue and let yourself get talked to for like a solid minute and a half after each mission, or the few missions I did. It's a lot. It's a lot of talking, I give you that. It probably gets less as you go on, but anyways. And again, I'm like, it's an extraction shooter. Get loot, like get in, get loot, get out, upgrade your base. The base building part, kind of interesting. Also fairly simplified, because you don't need to like connect things. It's more of a, if you generate energy because you have a electric generator or whatever, it works for your entire building, so you don't need to like connect anything. So it's kind of like simple. It's actually very newbie friendly. What's the word? It's very, like, you expect it to be pretty extreme when it comes to certain things. Like potentially, you know, in those games, I wouldn't be surprised if it would punish you if you create too much energy, because too much energy is also bad, right? Because where the fuck does it go? You have to kind of like absorb it somewhere, right? But it isn't like that. It isn't totally like that. You can like do not care about anything. No one has a bed, and you can just go in and out and in and out, and you get enough loot, enough food, enough like resources. It's like very nice actually when it comes to this. Exactly. You know what I'm talking about. So yeah, for $6, if you enjoy these types of games and you like the horror aspect, I think you will have a good or even great time with this game. Keep in mind, this game is a little bit older now with 4 years. But I think you have a good time. I think you will have a good time. I actually had some fun to a degree. I just didn't like the horror part. I really didn't like the horror part. It sometimes really just does crazy loud sound effects that are clearly not fucking balanced. And I'm like, oh my god, for the love of fucking god. And it also does like... I know what it's trying to do, right? It tries to be a little bit scary and a little bit weird and a little bit wacky because you have like really large buildings like this one or even other buildings. And when you go past them, because they're empty and breaking apart and all that, wind blows through them. And you know how wind can sometimes create sound? Well, that's what they're trying to do, but they also try to be extra horror oriented. So now you don't even have like the wind effect, and you have some sort of like subtle weird sound in that sound to make it sound like someone is maybe crying or screaming or anything, right? No, you know what that wind sound is? Literally baby screaming. That's all it is. I think they're just trying to go for the vibe and the wind effect, but it's just like there's nothing like that. The only wind effect needed is stupid hacking wind chimes like Hector. No, I feel like it's good that you have like a big empty building and wind blows through it, because that's what wind would do, and would hit certain things and metal and make sound. That's great, right? I like that atmosphere. But it's like, it completely says, fuck that. We go full on like crazy baby screaming, and it kind of like just makes you fucking question your sanity, because that's what it's meant to be doing, right? You're in this building. Is there actual baby screaming? Is there maybe some sort of like ghost? Is there sci-fi craziness going on? Mutants? Am I safe here? Right? That's all it does. But there was nothing. There was nothing in the entire building. It's just there to fuck with you, right? And I'm like, oh my god, can I turn this off? Because it actually is fucking... Again, I'm a pussy bitch. I don't like that sound, especially if it doesn't even like give me anything, right? If you made that sound and it's some sort of like this like this weird crackling sound of some monsters from some video game, then I would be like, okay, gotta be careful. That's that sound. That's an enemy, and I can hear it. I gotta be careful. I gotta be quiet. But it's nothing like that. There's fuck all in this entire building. It's just there every like 10 seconds to make you question your sanity. And I fucking hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. Because at that point, it's not even like actually good. Good. The second part, there's also like some weird, like sometimes guys screaming, I think, in, I don't know if they're like trapped and they're screaming or breathing louder. I'll be like, every 6 seconds when you're like nearby some weird house, you hear those sounds. Super loud, by the way, because the fucking audio isn't balanced. And I'm like, oh my god, just either there's something there, but then lower the sound, or there is nothing there, then don't give it to me. Genuinely. Anyways, I'm being a bit hard. Again, it's a really interesting, cool game for $6. Get it and try it out. I highly recommend. It has a vibe, and I think I haven't really experienced this vibe ever before in a video game, which is great. I like that. But the whole extraction shooter with monsters and the horror aspect, I'm like, no, I wouldn't want that at all. If you give me Chernobyl's exclusion zone, but Far Cry Blood Dragon vibes, let's fucking go. We're popping off, boys. Would it work? Probably not, but I would play that. But anyways, it's a first-person shooter. I might not just be a first-person shooter kind of guy anymore. Because I'm genuinely just too scared in first person. Like genuinely, I'm just like an absolute pussy when it comes to this. Like the moment something like pops up in front of my face, I'm like, holy heck. Actually, I think I got a jump scare right at the beginning of the game. So there's that. What does feel cool is if you like hide in a bush and then kind of like aim at a guy and like headshot them while someone else comes out and you headshot them too. Like you're taking it slow, right? You're taking it slow. You gotta be careful because if you get hit a lot, you might die. It's very extreme, that game, but I like it. I also played it at normal difficulty, and I feel like that was, even at normal difficulty, this game seemed kind of easy because it gives you a lot of options to like instantly upgrade your weapon to like pretty much like a one shot in the head and the enemies are dead. But also you have like a massive sight you can put on with like a laser pointer. So it's like it's dead easy about not even 2 hours in to like headshot everyone if you're good, right? Unless they see you, then they start moving around, then it becomes more difficult. But hitting one guy that is like just standing there, it's like it's the easiest thing to hit. So anyway, $6. Get it. Also, I gotta grab some water. Legs. I don't drink bread. What are you talking about? Gamer mode activated. Drink sour. Oh. Gotta fix my underwear. That's what kebab does to one. Don't clip that. Don't clip that one. That's what sourdough starter does to you, yeah. This guy drank 5 sourdough starters in the morning. This is how he looked like 6 hours later, and then just a picture of me with a big stomach. People would believe it. Dude, they started playing Borderlands 2 without me. Didn't they? Disgusting. Anyway. What do you mean 37 gigabytes required? The game or something? Yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't look at the gigabyte. Technically, it's 40 gigabyte. Wait, what is that additional node? Oh, okay. So they have the recommend. Sorry. Oopsie. So they have this, and I was like, wait, what the heck does additional notes mean? 30 FPS at ultra video settings and 60 FPS at high video settings. But then I realized, again, they're talking about like a 4070K, which is like one generation after. This is pretty much this PC right here. Like, yeah, okay, I'll probably see 60 FPS at high video settings, sure. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what additional notes... I mean, I guess what they're trying to say... Actually, that's kind of cool. I like that. Now that I think about it. They say, with these specs, roughly, you will get 30 FPS at ultra and 60 FPS at high. So that's pretty much what they're saying. Meaning, if you don't get 60 FPS at high with better things than this, it's your fault. I like that. That's actually pretty cool. I think a lot more games should do that. I mean... Didn't... Oh god, what is it called? Didn't heckin' Monster Hunter Wilds do that too? Right? Didn't they say... These are our stats. This is the stuff you need to play our games at this quality, right? But Monster Hunter Wilds is also the first game that is like, hey, please turn on AMD FSR. I think I've never seen that before in a video game. That the moment you started, it's like, please use upscaling. Please, we're begging you. Please do. I'm lubricating my lips, by the way. That was pretty extreme. My lips are really dry lately. I think because I'm bouldering so much, right? Because of the chalk, you kind of just absorb it, or like just sucks the water out of you. Like, I think I just have to lubricate a lot more, you know. GFC Dumbo quit giving Kai a good time. Blech! Thanks. I don't want fake pixels. Sir. You do you. Okay. Just take bacon grease and rub it in. No. I actually thought about that. Chernobylite also has a benchmark. And I just ran the first benchmark, like the first map. And it made me think about one thing. It looks better than games from 10 years ago. Even if I now activate like DLSS and all that jazz, right? And you have like weird flicker sometimes with something, not like extreme flicker, or maybe even like certain pixels flicker a little bit. It still looks better than games from 10 years ago. Or 15 years ago, or Spiral, you know what I mean? So I'm like, is it actually a really bad thing? I mean, it's of course a super subjective thing, but yeah, I just realized this during the benchmark. I was like, huh. I mean, it still looks far better than many other games from way back when, right? So it's still a net positive. But of course, as you continue on, you kind of always want better looking games, and don't want to be like, oh my god, it's great, and now just you activate something, you have way better FPS, but technically worse quality, and you're like, oh, okay, kind of sucks, because you know how good it could look. I don't know. Inzik, have you tried Cyberpunk? You can definitely play that game, right? Maybe at like 6 FPS. No, don't flush a fish down, no. Oh my god, I'm getting the most cringe suggestions on Steam. Jesus Christ. Why am I getting always the most cringiest suggestions? Also, does the website lag? Oh my god, I feel like the website is lagging like crazy, bro. Or is my PC dying, or is the website dying? Wait, let me show you. Let me show you. Okay, so I went on Action. By the way, this game probably god awful. Let's be honest. Stop autoplaying. Do you see how laggy it is? Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. Jesus Christ! You see how it like Steam is always like, yeah, I feel like the Steam website is a bit too heavy. But yeah, what is this garbage game? From the rest of the world, Dumbo. Dude, in Sega Sugar. Dumbo is on Shaggy's Steam recommendations. What? What are you talking about? Huh? Counter-Strike 2. Thanks for letting me know a game that I own. Path of Exile 2. Okay, you know, that's a good video game. That's the first video game Steam shows. It's still kind of insane. It's just so rough to just you'll log in. It's just, god damn it, bro. It's, even if Path of Exile 2 will always be $30, it clearly doesn't scare people off because it already, you know, has already this many players in early access, by the way. But, on top of that, it's so gosh darn good for $30. It is actually insane. To a degree, right? It's definitely something you don't realize if you only play for like 1 or 2 hours, or if you haven't gone through the full story yet. You definitely don't realize it. And of course, if you don't like the story or can't even get through the story twice, you probably don't realize how, like, you think, oh, okay, $30, I guess it was fine, right? But the more you then play, it's kind of like this game gives and gives and gives and gives more. And it's not a game like Chernobylite right now, for example, that is like finished. It's, first of all, it's early access, but also it will continue to be updated as time goes on, which is an even more insane part to think about, right? Like, this is not a game that you can play now and the actual finished story in a year or two, but then it will continue having updates for I don't know how many years. So that's a same with PoE 1. It's like, and it will be free to play. It's god, it's rough. It's really rough when you can compare everything to PoE and be like, yeah, it's free or it's gonna be free, and you're like, oh, it's looking bad. It's looking bad for every other game, that is. I'm only getting a little over 100 MB internets because I'm connected to the wireless extender. Dumbo speed my internet up. 100 MB per second or 100 Mbit per second? Because 100 MB is literally what I'm getting. So you have a gigabit. Mbits. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. 100. So you have 10 megabyte internet. Okay. Or 100 Mbit internet. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. Okay. Because I have 1,000 Mbit, right? So I get 1,000 megabyte per second if I download something. I mean, I don't know. If I download something right now on Steam, might lag the stream a little bit. What's a big game to download? Yo, Vampire Survivors? Who's playing Vampire Survivors? Screw it, I'm gonna download this game, for example. Ratchet and Clank. Actually, I thought about playing Ratchet and Clank again, because I'm so bored, I don't know what to play. I'm like, oh my god, what should I do? This might lag the stream a little bit, but should be fine. I have 102. I can upgrade, but I honestly don't need more. That's fair, yeah. But yeah, as you can see right now, for example, it's like 98, 95, 98, 96, 101, 103, 105. I think I can get up to like 110, 108 now, 109. Yeah. I'm gonna stop it now for the sake of the stream, otherwise it might lose a few frames. But yeah, that's roughly like I can pretty much limit my entire network. So because I have a gigabit internet, which is around 100 plus megabyte. So it's. I'm really happy about that. I'm actually happy that Steam even allows you to download this much, right? Keep in mind, they have to send you this much data through their servers first. So I'm happy about that. I'm getting 19, 24. Oh, sorry, by the way, this is a megabyte. So if I have it changed so it's megabyte, not mbit. I don't know where to change that though. Sorry, display download rates in bits per second. So yeah, this is. Do you want me to change it to bits or bytes? Because I like megabyte now. I don't like the bits part. No. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it. Perfect. I have the number in bytes. MB, not in bits. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I like mbit doesn't really help me. I kind of care more about megabytes, right? Because it's much easier to then just, okay, I have 50 megabytes and it's 5,000 gigabyte. Perfect. I can maybe somewhat, I mean, thank God they can just do the calculations for you anyways. Thank God. I remember back in my day when I downloaded stuff with a friend, actually Ifint or Marcus, which is a real life friend. When I was a child and we were at his place, we downloaded stuff from the PlayStation Store. My God, internet was garbage. It was hot garbage. Either the internet we had, but also console servers were just fucking garbage for so many years. They just couldn't get it done that you can download games fast. They just couldn't make it happen. Anyways, we sat there in front of the PlayStation downloading a game at the slowest possible speed probably imaginable for us at that point. Because I don't know how much it was, maybe a gigabyte, max, maybe, I don't know. But we had to calculate, we were so bored, right? It's so slow, think about this. It was so slow back then that for, I don't know how much it was definitely maybe around a gigabyte. It wasn't much nowadays, right? But we had so much time that we got bored of waiting, that we started calculating how fast it might take, how long it would take to download, right? But we didn't see the megabytes or megabits or whatever. The only thing we saw is the video game, a loading bar, and the percentage. And we then calculated. We literally stood there and counted the seconds when it went from 6% to 7%. And then, with this number, you can calculate the rest. That's how bored we were. Okay? That's how slow it was. So yeah, just so you can imagine how slow that internet was. Yeah, there was good times. Never again, please. I remember staying online forever to download like a 20 megabyte file on dial-up. I think I had 700 kilobits per second download speed at some point, because it was a little dongle that my mom bought from some internet like ISP provider, like the shittiest and cheapest one, and even I knew that. But she was like, well, we needed internet, but this was the cheapest and I don't want to spend more, so here's the internet. It was impossible. God, when was that? I am now 32. We moved to the apartment when I was 14. Math is hard. 16 years? 15 years maybe, plus minus. So yeah, probably 15 years ago, I tried to download... Oh God, what is that anime? Oh God, it was just in my brain. What is that anime MMO called? Oh God, what is it called again? No. Not Ragnarok. No, not Maple Story, not Tower Fan. No, way too new. No, older. Dude, I need an older anime game. Oh my God, somebody tell me the name. I'm sorry. Genshin? No, old. 15 years. God, what is it called again? No, not Drift. Okay, it might have been Fiesta. I think it was Fiesta Online. Maybe. But I think there was another one that also started with F. Or was it Florenzia? Fiesta or Florenzia. One of those games. One of those old-ass MMO games. That's what I tried to download 15 years ago with 700 kilobit per second internet. I think that's what it was. Or maybe it was 700 kilobytes. But even that is like... I think it was kilobits, to be honest. Because I couldn't fucking download it. It didn't work. It was so bad. It was awful. This was also, I think, the one and only time I took the thing and threw it against the wall. I was an angry boy. But you know, I had a full-time... Wait, no, I think I started... Maybe I was 15 or 16 years old at that point. But I did work at that point. And I was like, okay, I want a proper internet. Mom, can I get the internet? Or we do it over your name, but I pay for it with my money because I want to use it. Because you don't need it, but I need it. So it's my internet. So I want to get the internet that I want, and I will pay it with my money. She thankfully decided on this. I then paid, I think, $80 a month for 150 Mbit per second download speed. That was a lot 15 years ago, by the way. And magically problems were solved when it comes to downloading stuff. It's weird when you don't get the cheapest, most garbage thing. It's good, usually. So yeah. At some point, you shouldn't save money. At some point, you should actually, like, double down and get the good stuff. Genuinely, like, that's kind of what I realized at that point. You don't get the most cheapest thing when it then costs you, like, mental anguish. TCP IP over bongo drums. I have literally no idea what that is. But yes, bongo drums, very good. Yes. I mean, I heard about TCP and IP, but I don't know what that is. I'm not a network guy. Actually, networking is probably the worst thing I'm at. Like, I'm really bad at networking stuff. Like, I can literally just look at anything network related, and I'm like, yeah, I'm lost. I'm lost in the sauce. So, it's a joke. Transmitting your internet's connection over bongo drums. Ah, yes. Or slow it would be, yes. Now, I feel like 700 kilobits per second is still incredibly fast compared to bongo drums. Is my guess. Yeah. Like, even if you think about it, like 700 kilobits is still like a lot of bits. A lot of like single-digit bits that you're sending per second. Like, it's a lot. But yeah, when a video game is a few gigabytes, even if it's just an anime game and it's 3 gigabyte download. Like, think about this. Like, some MMOs were 3 gigabytes. It will take some time if it's 700 kilobit per second internet. The math ain't mathing. It took forever just to do the initial handshake message. Someone actually did it using synthesized bongo drums out of a computer speaker. Nice. I mean, there are always like wacky things. Yeah. Oh, also another game that I'm seeing right now that I also refunded a while ago was actually this one. When we're already talking about video games, why not? It's Sanabi. Sanabi is an exhilarating, stylish, dystopian action platformer. Play as a legendary retired veteran and use your signature prosthetic arm to jump over cliffs and skyscrapers, zip through bullets and traps, and defeat powerful enemies. I like how words can make something sound really cool, and then when you're in the game, you're like, yeah, this is still a video game. So you have stuff like black background and literally like no textures. Again, black, darkness, nothingness, literally nothing, no texture, no nothing. It's fine, right? It's a certain vibe, but you know, it's a video game at the end of the day. And it's also hyper focused on a story. And these things. Okay, how do I say this in the most nicest way possible? It's $8. It's an indie developer. If you like a rich story or a story-rich game, it might be here for you. But if you're searching for gameplay, this is a steroided out indie game that you could have probably played a few years back in your browser. I'm brutally honest. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. For free, by the way. That's what it kind of is. It's a steroid. It feels like they took kind of like the basic concept of some of these browser games. Or maybe it was a browser game before. I think it actually was. Funny enough. And then they were like, all right, but how do we make it actually really good now and make money? And then they kind of, I think, maybe visually changed it. And it has a vibe. And it's cool. It looks cool. But the gameplay didn't really change. But they added a lot of, like, story. Anyways, $8. I refunded it. There was no reason for me to play more. It also felt weird gameplay-wise. To me, at least. To me. I mean, I'm also not a fan of buy-ins. I also am not a fan of Bow, I think is the game called. Bow Metroidvania, if that even works this way. Yeah, okay. Can't search for this. Bow. Is it Bow? Oh, there is it. Bow Path of the Teal Lotus. I think there was a demo available for this game. Was it actually Bow? I think it was. The screenshots look like nothing that you see in the first part of the game, by the way. The first hour or something is nothing like this, by the way. I really don't like it. I'm sorry. I really don't like this game. I see the insane amount of work that went into this game, but it's everything but gameplay to me. As in, I just I think it's actually a single developer that made this, or maybe a few people. So bless them for making this game. I hope they learned a lot. But I don't know why, because it has a certain vibe to it. It's weird how it only has 890 reviews. I don't know why. Like, I don't want to call it an objective failure in terms of like reviews and potential sales. But this seems strangely low for this type of game that has this much work put into it. It happens. It just happens, right? But yeah. And I kind of want to say it's actually the gameplay. Because again, it shows like this stuff, but most of the game is very 2D. And I feel like, and that's, man, if you have your camera zoomed out this much in a video game, you need to fill it with more than just black darkness and nothingness. That's why I love Metroid Dread so much. Because it has this like cramped space and it's very close. It's probably also for performance reasons. But it's actually a strength. If the camera is really close in a Metroidvania, I think. It's a really big strength. Because you don't see all the unfinished everything around it, right? Because we all know it's just a 2D corridor and there's nothing at the top and bottom. We know it, right? It's a video game. If you look past everything. But that's the point. You need to hide that. Either you need to then add textures, which this game didn't do. So you literally had like a block texture and then nothingness. And it's so obvious and it kind of like really takes me out. But if you zoom in a little bit, it would be fine. But the problem is, if you zoom in this much, the gameplay of this game doesn't work. Because Bo is hyper-focused on wanting you not to be on the ground. It's acrobatic aerial combat. And I think that's the absolute worst type of combat I want in my video games. Brutally honest. It's the exact opposite of what I want. I don't like Super Metroid because it's so incredibly floaty. I like Metroid Fusion and Metroid Zero Mission way more because it's grounded. Hollow Knight is grounded for the most part. I like the weight of it. This game is like Gravity Zero and you're just like, whee, and you're gone, kind of. And that's why I dislike it. That's why I really disliked about it. And after like 2 hours or something, I was like, yep. This is just not for me. This is just not for me. It's a different type of Metroidvania. And if you like that, go blast. Go blast. I think there's maybe a lot in this game. But yeah. Also story-wise, of course it made zero fucking sense. Like, minute one. Yeah, I don't know. I never expect these games to actually have some sort of good story writing. Ever, sadly. It's like weird, wacky and everything, and it's like information dump at minute one. It's like, no, we know it doesn't work. It does not work. Stop doing it, developer. I'm so sad because I'm like, I can see it. I can see why it doesn't work. But it's also like, maybe they didn't want to change it because that's how they like their video games, which is fine. It really feels like, wait, what's that review? It really feels like the game is missing half of itself. How small the world is, how few bosses there are, and how underdeveloped the story is. Playtime was much shorter than it should have been. Less than 14 hours for the 100% save file. Oh, wow, that's actually pretty damn short. I was like, less than 14 hours? Well, 14 hours of gameplay is a lot. 400% in a Metroidvania is... Okay. If you have this game gifted to you, give it a shot. But I absolutely do not think this game is 17 quid's worth of good to be worth buying yourself. Damn, 17... Is it 17 bucks? Oh, 17 pounds probably. So it's 20 euros. Yeah, okay, it's 20. Wait, are we still looking at the same game? Yeah, okay. Art is great, but gameplay is generic. Level design is frustrating, lazy, and mediocre. Writing is normal indie garbage. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say level design is frustrating because I can't really... I don't know. I think I'm not the best guy when it comes to level design at all. Lazy and mediocre, I wouldn't call that because there's so much in this game, right? Art is great, but it's lazy and mediocre. Kind of makes no sense, right? Because it's clearly not mediocre if the art is great. But maybe it's like the level design he's saying is lazy. Who knows? I don't know. Level design is rough. It's really difficult. And I don't need to like level design to be like ungodly. I just need some sort of consistent, decent quality. Like, for example, I played through Island. By the way, yeah, writing is normal indie. I don't know what that is. But yeah, man, tone it down with the story. Really tone it down with the story. Like, it's fine. We don't need, like, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, I played Islet, for example, and that is also, which by the way has more sales, Jesus Christ, for the same price, by the way. That is also a very basic game. That is a very, very basic Metroidvania, with quite a few bosses, nothing too crazy. With I don't know actually if they show it. I don't think they actually show it. Okay, I'm not gonna spoil this game right now. It is kind of interesting. It's you know, it has the cool, yes, basic quality throughout, right? Level design, as you can see, this is not gonna blow your mind. This level design is not gonna like blow your mind. Like, I can clearly see there are just blocks attached to each other. It's not gonna like completely like blow you away. But you know, there's some interesting level design because the world changes. You know, reunite a fragmented world. It is surprisingly wholesome Metroidvania. Okay, I don't know. Fragmented world. I will let you discover it yourself. Would I get it for $20? No. God, no. But it was kind of cool. It was kind of nice. It was kind of neat. Which is, funny enough, neat is probably the same word I would say when it comes to Sheepo, which I played. I also played Sheepo, which is from the same developer 2 years earlier. And it, again, was a neat Metroidvania. It's not gonna blow you away. It's not gonna, like, surprise you in many ways. This is, like, pretty much just decent throughout. And clearly Island is, like, a step above. I feel like there's also a step above maybe when it comes to the bosses. It is very newbie friendly, because I think it has a lot of trackers and everything, so you can kind of... maybe I have 100% in this game? I don't even know. Yeah, it's 4.5 hours. Like, that's how long the game took. 4.5 hours for a 20-euro game. So yeah, definitely get it at $50 off. 50% off, sorry. But then, this game is even more popular, or, well, it's, I think actually fairly popular. It's similar to Islet, but I feel like it also is maybe looking a lot better. Maybe has a little bit more story thing, which I don't really care about. Because, you know, I'm playing my video games for video games. But I would like to try this game out as well at some point. But again, call it experience or call it a vibe. This game is definitely not having 20 hours of gameplay. Gameplay, I'm not talking 3 hours of story attached to it. Gameplay, raw gameplay. I don't even think this game has 10 hours of gameplay, which is fine. You do you. You buy the games with your money. I'll buy this game at 50% off. And also have the same good time that you had. At less money. So yeah. I understand, you know, developers, you know, gotta get food. Sorry, yeah. But again, if you make a video game in 2 years, either you are an absolute god when it comes to developing games, or you're using quite basic Metroidvania things that you can kind of maybe copy paste or like really quickly implement because you're good at it, right? And I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine with that. Again, I actually like my Metroidvanias more basic than going like this. Oh god, what is it called? I did stream that game years ago, and I also didn't like it because at some point I had to just Google every answer. No, it's not Super Hot. Oh god, what's it called? Let me check again. Yo, Hades is great. Hades 3, let's go. Wait, hold up. Did I? Oh my god, I think that's also the problem. Oh my god, did I? Did I mix up Bow and Nine Souls? I'm so sorry if I did. No, wait. No, I don't think I did. But I feel like I also played this game for maybe some demo. Oops. And I remember also not enjoying this one. I don't think I enjoyed this one either. I think I played this, maybe. Okay, I don't want to say anything to a game I may or may not have played. I don't know. Maybe there was a demo, but I'm also already not interested in a game that says featuring Sekiro-inspired deflection-focused combat. If only you roll a review of all games you tried, like sheesh, dude, then you would be able to keep track of all the games. No, I don't think I bought this one. It's, again, you know, sometimes there are demos available, and I will definitely play them. I also hate how they, like, remove fucking demos. Game developers, stop! I hate it. Anyways, deflection-focused combat. God, no. awful. If the demos are separate, maybe? I don't know. I also don't want to take my time reviewing. Also, I don't want to write a review that is like, combat bad, you know, and then like me 3 years in the future is like, oh, Daniel said combat bad. Got it, thanks. No, because everyone publicly will see this. Unless, can you write reviews and then make it private? Maybe I can do that. I don't know if that's possible. Either way. Yeah, that's I think one of the reasons why I would probably never buy 9 Souls for $29, by the way. Because it's Sekiro-inspired deflection-focused combat. No. That's why I love Metroid Dread and Hollow Knight. Hit enemy with basic attack. Hit many times. Make basic attack hit harder. I love it. I love it a billion times more. Is Hollow Knight 50% off? I just had an epiphany, dude. I forgot that Hollow Knight, fucking Hollow Knight, is 15 euros. Jesus Christ. Man, Hollow Knight and I'm not logged into Steam, sir. It's kind of insane how Hollow Knight and Path of Exile are just skewing my like perception of what a game should maybe cost for how much you get for it. It's really ruining. I mean, I don't want to say ruin like it's a bad thing, but it's just insane if you think about it, right? Hollow Knight, an ungodly amount of content with it's so fucking good in so many ways. I have to make a video at some point why it's so good compared to other games. It's so fucking good. It doesn't do anything crazy new. It just does everything so gosh darn well that it's so difficult for any other game to kind of compete with it at the same price. So it's usually worse at a higher price. And it's like, oh man, in the same genre, of course. But if you then just think broadly in a video game perspective of Hollow Knight is a video game for $15. I'm gonna round it up to $15. And then you also like and see how much content and like the art style and music, which is by the way fucking amazing. And then you just compare it to any other game. It's first of all like destroying most of it, most other video games, unless it's cheaper and has as much content or more, and then it's Path of Exile time, a different genre, but a video game like Hollow Knight. And it's so difficult because then you look at, I don't know, Breath of the Wild for $60 and it's like nothing. It looks like a freaking tech demo, right? Where it's like, hey, do you see the grass? Poggers. It goes for a certain vibe, but I think it has that vibe because, you know, hardware limitations. But $60. And I feel like it only has so much content because it feels like it has content. But I think it's actually really thin, Breath of the Wild, right? Because you have a lot of, like, breath in between. Maybe that's why it's called Breath of the Wild. Right? Because there's a lot of breath in between. Of literal nothingness. Anyways, I'm gonna stop bitching about. But that's the stuff I constantly think about. Not saying those games are bad. Enjoy what you enjoy. It's just like, just thinking of like, hey, you know, I have $30. Who wants my $30? You know, which video game is worth my $30 right now? And boy, is it tough when Hollow Knight exists and Path of Exile for free. If you enjoy those genres, which are very different genres to be fair, right? Metroidvania is this, ARPGs are dead. But both feed back into a power fantasy, which I love. Is there actually another genre that has to do with power fantasy and makes you a god long term? Or makes you feel like a god? Not all Metroidvanias do that, but Metroidvania is kind of the start low and become powerful as time goes on, right? With abilities and upgrades and all that jazz. RPGs are also all about that, right? Not bigger number better. Is there another genre? So we have Metroidvania, ARPGs. I'm maybe Souls-likes? I don't think so, right? Souls-likes don't generally make you a god long-term. They make you powerful, but still try to keep you on the lower end so you're not like completely one-shotting bosses later on. But ARPGs allow you to do that, depending on how they're balanced, of course. And Metroidvanias, not one-shotting, but certain combinations allow you to go pretty hard. Like, pretty hard. And what else? Maybe roguelites. I think a roguelite. Ah, man, no, actually. Because if you say roguelite, I think of Hades, a game I truly do not enjoy. Because funny enough, it literally shows up right here. Funny. It's the sequel. Because it does not let me get as powerful as I would like. It. So it also doesn't really feed into that power fantasy. To a degree, every video game kind of does. Like, even if you say, well, Assassin's Creed gives you upgrades, but Rogue Legacy, not even that, because it has the new game plus of the new game plus of the new game plus of the new game plus, right? That's just like I don't know. Because power fantasy is always in a relation to something or someone else in a video game, right? Like either another player or another boss or enemy or maybe area in a video game. But it's also like Metroidvania is very varied. It's not black and white, of course, because some Metroidvanias are less about the power fantasy part. I think... oh god. I would have to replay Environmental Station Alpha. Because I don't know if in that game you became actually very powerful. I don't know. Combat-wise, I think you didn't. Movement-wise, I think you got quite fast and powerful. But not, I think, damage-wise. But I might be wrong. Axiom Verge... Axiom Verge allowed you to get pretty powerful, actually, I think. There's some pretty disgusting combos. Metroid Dread is... I feel like Metroid Dread does a really good way of balancing everything. As you get more things, you definitely got more powerful and was able you tank more damage and you don't really mind it. But boy, is the last boss fight of Metroid Dread tough. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, even that took me like a solid, like, a few dozen attempts, maybe. Okay, maybe not like 3 dozen attempts, but like, it took some time, right? Like, even after playing all the game, finding a lot of upgrades, feeling really powerful, the last boss fight in Metroid Dread is like, yeah, we're gonna push you now to the limits, bro. Which is good. I feel like that fight is really well balanced. It's gonna be tough. It's not gonna be easy. But it's like the last major thing right before the end. It's like, just a nice little spike in difficulty, right? So even if you maybe die during that boss fight and you literally cannot defeat it, you probably haven't found every upgrade in the game. So you can go back and get more. So it's kind of like... So they can actually... The developers can spike the last boss fight a little bit more in the Metroidvania because they know you probably haven't gotten every upgrade. So either you suffer through this and learn this boss fight properly, or you get more health and damage from in other ways. Or maybe just more resources. Which is, to be fair, Metroid Dread doesn't give you damage. It only gives you resources, right? Which technically allow you to dish more damage out if you don't miss it. You know, with like super missiles and everything. Bro, I have been streaming for 4 hours? Jesus Christ. This is a chatting stream. This is a yapper. Holy moly. Daniel, why are you yapping so much? Dude, I don't know. A lot of yapping to this constant, only yapping. But I'm kind of scared scrolling through here because some of these games look a little bit sussy. But I think yesterday I just scrolled through Steam and it's like, hey, you want to see some hentai games? I'm like, no. Go away, bro. What the fuck? And I also don't want to like hide certain games that are like, because on Steam you can hide any adult and nudity games, but the problem is Witcher 3, for example, has nudity. Not that I really care about that game, but maybe there's a game that has some nudity, right? At some point, there are 2 sex scenes in this video game. Like, now it has the nudity tag, and I will never see the video game because I'm hiding all of them. I kind of don't want that either. VNs are adulty adult games. Adulty adult games, yes. Undefeated Genesis. What on flying earth is this video game? Holy mother of motion blur. Whoa! Bro, I like the 5 trees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are a few in the background, but those 5 trees in this order. Peak. Bro, this is peak game design right here, guys. This is amazing. This is what I expect of, like... Okay, how do I say this without not being an absolute a-hole? Everyone has to start somewhere. Keep working on it. What is this screenshot? This is the 5th screenshot of this video game. They want to make money with this. Bro, I'm gonna write them an email and then just to make sure I'm gonna throw it into ChatGPT and translate it to their language. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to know this does not make your game look good. Or maybe this is for a different market. But again, you want to make money. Why wouldn't you want to make money also in the Western market, not only in the Eastern? Holy mother of motion blur. Jesus. I think they took motion blur a bit too literally. Holy fucking hell. Oh my lord. Oh. Is there motion blur on his hand? Hello? Is that motion blur? I mean, the texture work looks good. You know, like the jeans here, the clothing here, like the texture work looks good. I still don't like the models. I don't know. To be fair, I do have to say, I looked into I edited the Zero Dawn playthrough that we did like some years ago. Which actually I think is now some years ago. I'm getting old. Boy, the game doesn't look as good as I remember. So, and I do want to replay the remastered version. Maybe, do you want me guys? Do you want me to Should I replay the remastered version, or should I play the remastered version? Because I bought it for $10. I was like, fuck it, because I like the video game anyways. See, remastered. I think I haven't started it yet. No, I haven't. I would like to see how good it is there, because boy, the original looked rough. Like, you know, you know how lips and the inside of the mouth can sometimes look a little bit off in games? Yeah, the first game definitely looked a little bit off. Now, in hindsight, having played the newer game, of course. So, maybe a remaster was kind of necessary. And for $10, fine. It's like an HD texture pack at this point. Well, I hope it's more than an HD texture pack, to be fair, right? I hope there's way more. Anyways, Indie Us games. What is this developer? What am I looking at? Bro, they have finished this game in April 2024. And now they're bringing out Undefeated Genesis. The ultimate superhero experience. Fly freely and unleash your awesome powers as you battle violent mutants to save an alien planet. Oh, this... The fuck is this? Bro, this looks like a tech demo. No, but genuinely now. Like, again, it's one... Yeah. It's one environment, one main character, one enemy, and a few effects. This is a tech demo. They're trying to sell a fucking tech demo. Planned release date 2026. Bro, I want to see that. I mean, if it's December 2026 and you release it as an early access game, yeah, maybe. It looks like this is now the planned release. Look like this now, but the planned release, so... Yeah, but why would you even do it? Okay, I'm maybe that's a main channel video. Guys, did you know I have a main channel where I definitely make content, right? I'm sorry, by the way. I have a lot of video ideas. I just gotta do them, bro. So, I have the strong opinion of show as little as possible of your video game until the final release. That's what I want. I would want to much more enjoy to see fuck all of Elder Scrolls 6. I mean, I'm not an Elder Scrolls fan, right? But imagine, it was announced like, I don't know how long ago, right? If they come out in, like they did it with, I think, Fallout 3 or something, right? Imagine they come out with Elder Scrolls releases in 1 month. And they have a whole marketing campaign with like interviews, live podcasts, gameplay demos, live demos, like everything planned for that 1 month. That would be so fucking sick compared to showing little bits of gameplay over and over and over and over. Tiny little teasers over, like I would much more prefer that. And that's why I'm like, why show it? Like, why? Who, like, even if you're saying, well, maybe he's like working under those guys, they made money, like he gets money from them, blah, 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 investors and everything, then show that to the investors. Don't show it on Steam publicly. This is not going to make it look good. And if you think it makes it look good, brother, 90% of this picture is motion blur. Anyways, not to harp on this developer at all. I'm just saying, right? I'm like, show as little as possible, make a good game. If it doesn't become good, scrap it. And then by the way, for people who like Patapon, there you go. There's the sequel. Not Boo, $1 take it. Doing this custom DBC game was popular, so they're doing the same gameplay. I mean, I like flying in a video game. I feel like a lot of games don't really allow for this superhero power fantasy. Maybe on purpose, because if it actually blows the heck up, you get into a difficult situation of like, okay, what the flying heck are we doing now? Like, how can you top that now, right? And then you have the issue of becoming the next oh god, what is it called? Oh my god. No. No. Oh god, what is it called again? Prototype. Thank you. Thank you for this YouTuber. Prototype. You become Prototype. If you make the main character so ungodly powerful and god tier in your first game, you kind of have screwed yourself over for the second game, because the second game is kind of bad, because it doesn't have like much more like things to do. Otherwise you just completely get to the limit of the engine also potentially. I have to do games. Yeah, I also have. I really like Prototype. I love Prototype because they just do what many games don't even like. They're so scared of giving you power in games. And Prototype was like, nah, bro, let's freaking go. And I'm like, I mean, I'm also a huge fan of Infamous, funny enough. I don't think the games are probably good nowadays, but back then on the PlayStation 3, it was a fun time. Infamous was really nice. I really enjoyed those games. And Prototype kind of came out at the same time, so they were like kind of like two games of the same coin, potentially. So, you know, two anti-heroes, one way more violent. Yeah. But yeah, by the way, if you enjoyed Patapon, there you go. Ratatan, I think, is it called? Is it called Ratatan? Ratatan, yeah. From the same developers. There's a Kickstarter that was already completed way back when. And I think they also had an open beta, so they're, I think, very active with the community to get feedback, to improve it, so that's awesome. So yeah. Go check that out if you want to. Also, release date 2025. So, gonna be fun when it maybe finally releases. One more power game, just turn down the difficulty. So easy. Dude, yeah! But it also needs to be a spectacle. Right, but yeah. What's the fucking Vampire Survivors right now? Terrible. Tokyo Indie Games Summit 2025, and it showed Vampire Survivors. I mean, sure. I don't know. A lot of these games are either not out or just like... Oh yeah, this game looks like hot trash. Sorry. It's just one of these games where I'm like, I just take a, you know, again, call it experience or something. Why is there poop game? There's always, I guess, poop game. This looks like, you know... Okay, I do have to say, I have a very strong dislike of JRPG games that I only developed over the years. And I think I mentioned this many times. The one game that made me really start disliking JRPG games was actually One Piece Pirate Warriors 4. It was like the first game where I realized, yeah, something is off here. Just something is just like, nah. Just feels very time wasty, very like, I don't know. I also started to, I think, get more and more into PoE, and I think, yeah, One Piece Pirate is, yeah, those games. Yeah, it's 2020. This was very much when I started getting into PoE. So having realized what PoE is and the power and beauty and speed and everything that it gives you, and Pirate Warriors gives you really low and shitty and just pets you on the head. And it still took you 25 hours to play through something quite basic sometimes. It is a Dynasty Warriors-like game though, right? So keep that in mind. And by the way, this game was actually released and made before the story of this arc even finished. Just keep that in mind. So this ending isn't even canon in the game. Also, good lord, that's a lot of... How many DLCs do you have? $177 in DLCs. Okay, ignoring the song pack right now. Oh, there's a lot of song packs. 4 month, 1 bundle. Oh, month 1 bundle. Character pass. Land of Wano pack. One Piece. Oh, of course, they have a Film Red pack. Yeah, of course, makes sense. Spoiler, by the way. The Battle of Onigashima. Legend Dawn pack. Oh, they just fucking added Gold Roger to the game. The fucking guys just gotta make the cash, guys. Holy mother of God. Additional episodes pack. Holy mother of God. How much quality did they actually add to this? I think the screenshot is bad, but maybe the... Okay, so they gave her the armor. That's fine. Also, this is a different outfit right there, so I guess it took some time. Of course, you gotta... Oh, interesting. They also added Kobe. For $12, guys. Damn. Microtransactions much? Yeah. Those are macro transactions at $12. I don't know. As a One Piece fan, I guess fun, but again, $40. Deluxe edition, Ultimate edition. Yeah, okay, it's like... I'm not gonna mention Path of Exile, but Path of Exile is free. With more content. For free. And it's also about slaying a bunch of enemies and getting more powerful. Actually, you can get powerful, because I think in this game you're like... Stay pretty consistent-ish. Well, I wouldn't say constantly consistent, but yeah, it's also about anime, so... Genuinely, if there's a good anime game like Path of Exile that is also free, please let me know. Because I feel like there isn't. Actually, it just needs to be... Well, actually, One Piece is... It's weird how One Piece is one of those games that are just like... Man, I think it feels like it's really struggling outside of its... Okay, it feels like this to me as a Western weeb. But anything coming out that isn't the anime or manga, or I think volumes potentially, when it comes to One Piece, just doesn't really feel like anything proper. Like, the games are all like, yeah, it's a thing. They clearly just got some money, made a video game that is very basic, has no depth to it. Boom, money, I guess. The mobile games, good lord. Some of them. Yeah, it's just gacha game bullshit. Something else was weird. I mean, thank God there's the Netflix show, right? With the live action One Piece. Oh, that's great. I love that.
Bruh.
Nah, jokes aside. I don't know if I want to eat something right now, because I ate quite a lot during the Asian restaurant, the buffet. I didn't eat too much during the buffet, but it was also a little bit like stomach-wise. I do have a little bit of bread, yes. Some bread, some basic stuff. I do kind of want to chill a little bit. I mean, I have been chilling. By the way, thanks for being here. Thanks so far. Oh, a friend messaged me back. Oh, nice. Okay, a friend comes by tomorrow for something. He might also grab the old chair, because I literally have the chair. Can you see this? The chair is right around the corner right here. Right around this corner right there. It just stands there completely in the way. So I think a friend comes by and gets it, so that's good. It's awesome. Oh, okay. Yeah. I guess I'll be going now, chilling a little bit. Maybe I will jump into VC with the others, chatting a bit. Also seeing what Inzik spammed. Oh no, Kai mentioned kebab. Oh my god, I could. I mean, I could go for one kebab right now. Kebabs are like the perfect size. I wish they were bigger for the amount of money, but they don't bloat too much, so that's nice. When it comes to videos, a new video is out on the channel, on the ARPG channel. I will be recording either I record it tomorrow or on Tuesday, but I think it's gonna be tomorrow. No, sorry, I'm gonna record it on Tuesday, because tomorrow I'm gonna go bouldering. Tomorrow, I hopefully, if I'm not an absolute lazy heck, I will plug this PC in, hook it all up, and finally record myself playing PoE 2 and a few other games on the old machine, which is gonna be the next big video I really want to make on the not on the main channel, on the RPG channel. And when that is finally heckin' done, I can move on and maybe do other stuff, because this has been on my mind since January, by the way, and it's March. Good lord. And other videos get more carefree, Bob, if you remove all vegetables. No, because that's usually not a... I do want to check one thing. I'm not sure what we're gonna play next week, but I'll figure it out. Maybe I'll there's one game maybe I will play the wait, what did I just do? Oh, oops. I might play the Warhammer game. The Warhammer game is also currently on sale. I might buy it. I'll think about it. It is a lot of euros. I don't know. It also has some sort of like year 1, year 2 update cycle. And I think in year 2 in 2025, late 2025 is my guess, they are going to add like some content where I'm like, okay, I kind of want to play the game when that is out maybe, and not beforehand. Because I will not... I don't think it's gonna be a game I will jump in like PoE 2. So I'll think about it. Who knows? Maybe we can have some fun. If it's gonna be good, who knows? I don't even know. Beside that, I think PoE stuff is going to come out later, right? I think PoE 2 update comes out in April, most likely. PoE 1 is currently still going on, so there's that. And we'll think about some other project. There is one other thing, if you're just curious. I might need to make this video. I need to make some main channel video. I really want to make some main channel video that is also easier, maybe. So I might record that. It's an older game. I don't want to spoil it right now, but yeah, it's an older game that I might want to make a video on to see if it's really good. Because funny enough, I remember this game playing on the old channel. I played this on the old channel as a full Let's Play. I don't think it's available anymore because I kind of like nuked that channel of my old stuff and then re-uploaded some of it on the other channel. Anyways, but I still remembered it. That's your only hint, the word remember. I remembered this game until now. So there is something in my memory that got stuck when it comes to that game. I played a lot of games, and I forgot many of them already. But this game kind of stuck with me, and I don't know why. And I kind of want to like replay it now, if it's still as good or interesting, or comparing it to maybe modern games and saying, oh, interesting, it is still really good in this aspect. Of course, maybe visually it could be better here and there. Who knows? Yeah. That's a main channel video, though. I don't know if I mentioned this. Did I mention what I do with the Horizon game? Oh no, I think I mentioned it in VC. So TLDR, the Horizon video I wanted to make about both Horizon games, I don't know if I want to make them. Let me know. I will, of course, upload the VOD again. But let me know, would you want me to talk about both games in one video? Or would you want me to talk about only one game in a shorter video, but thus it's actually, done quicker? Or should I wait for the Horizon series to be finished, to be concluded? Because I think the first one is a beautiful game. It's amazing. It's the first one. There's a little bit of that honeymoon phase that the second one then doesn't have, but it also doesn't really advance in a lot of aspects, like gameplay wise, which would be very easy in my opinion. I'm not a game developer, but like, let me upgrade the movement speed of my mounts, for fuck's sake, developers. It didn't do that, and that's why the second one has a lot of issues that I might want to talk about. But the second one also story-wise is worse and goes into a direction I kind of don't like. So I was thinking, should I wait for the third game, which might conclude the series? I don't know. But yeah, let me know if you... maybe I can make a video on just the first game. Just so I can have like my thoughts in one nice, properly edited video. That might be nice. I can also edit that script over like the next month and like slowly just dump my thoughts out on a piece of paper, or like, into a Google Doc or whatever. Yeah. But I still have to play the video game. But then I can also play the new, I can play the remastered version. We'll see. All right. Thanks for being here. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you stayed hydrated. Hope you have a great rest of your Sunday. A great start into the week. And until next Sunday, when I might be playing video games. I mean, are we even playing video games anymore, guys? No, we're just looking at PCs. Look at this. But yes, have a good night. Have a good rest of your day. Until next Sunday, I will now be eating bread and canned tuna. Another week of PoE farming and manhwa webtoon reading. Let's go! I mean, if you enjoy it, that's good. That's the good part. I mean, to be honest, I am jumping into PoE farming sometimes, and I'm like, man, it's really easy to farm. You get into like a cycle, and you're just like blasting, and you're like, this is what I'm doing now for the next few hours. I actually had to uninstall Brotato, because Brotato is like, bro, before I'm gonna play like 6 hours of Brotato, I'm gonna play 6 hours of PoE. It's kind of worth more. At least to me. In a way. I'm gonna go now. Goodbye. It's bread time. Can I get a bread in chat? Bread. Okay, bye!